Chapter 5278. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The two forces collided with the four sides of the prison, causing the two sides of the prison to tremble. It felt like they were about to break free. At this moment, Lin Ling and the Green Mountain Spiritual Master looked terrible. They both had a feeling that they were about to fail. That brat who overestimates himself. The Green Mountain Spiritual Master stared at Lin Ling fiercely, thinking that everything was because of Lin Ling. Sect Master, I'll do it. The white-haired elder next to him snorted and looked at Lin Ling from afar. Brat, do you really not know what you're doing? You've already provoked the Green Mountain Spiritual Master, you piece of trash. Not only are you a piece of trash, but you're actually interfering with the Green Mountain Spiritual Master. After saying that, he waved his right hand, and a shockwave blasted toward Lin Ling. Judging from its power, it was like a rocket launcher. Now you know who we are. We're cultivators. The elder said with even more disdain. Rumble. The light wave landed on the cliff, causing the cliff to collapse. Lin Ling, who was on the cliff, finally opened his eyes, but he closed them again and continued to control the four sides prison. Then he fell into the abyss along with the cliff. Ant. The white-haired elder and the others scolded in unison. The Green Mountain Spiritual Master's face was cold as he continued to control the four sides prison. Buzz. Buzz. However, the four sides prison shook even more violently and finally lost control, falling from the sky. Under the abyss, it was a vast expanse of whiteness, the most mysterious place here. Oh no! The Green Mountain Spiritual Master wanted to stop it, but when he got close to the edge of the cliff, a sense of danger rushed into his heart. He didn't dare to get close, not at all. He had a feeling that if he fell off the cliff, he wouldn't be able to stop it with his strength. Damn it! The Green Mountain Spiritual Master couldn't help but curse. He sat down cross-legged and adjusted his breath. Seeing this, the people around him all cursed. The sect master almost succeeded. It must be that ant from before who caused trouble. After a long time, they all left. Outside the giant door, Mr. Gu and the others were still waiting. Seeing the Green Mountain Spiritual Master and the others, their eyes all lit up. However, Mr. Gu and the others didn't see Lin Ling. Where's Mr. Lin? Mr. Tang couldn't help asking. Mr. Lin? He's dead. Qing Shanjinren said angrily, it's fine if he's dead, but a mere ant actually ruined my plans, causing me to not be able to obtain the treasure. What? Mr. Tang and the others were all shocked. All of you must die. Offending the Taoist is akin to provoking the wrath of the heavens. Take all of you away. Behind the immortal Green Mountain, the white-haired old man shouted coldly and summoned a powerful force to take everyone away. At this moment, on the other side, Lin Ling was falling down the cliff. A mysterious aura lingered around his body. This power was very mysterious. It actually had the feeling of turning Lin Ling into nothingness. However, Lin Ling Pengu's body was so strong that these auras could not affect him at all. He kept falling down the cliff as he watched the dense fog around him tumble. Amidst the dense fog, he seemed to see all the time in ancient Wuxia. Various great eras were circulating, tracing back to the earliest era of Wuxia. The process of sinking was very difficult. If it were someone else, even the immortal Green Mountain, he would have died a long time ago. But Lin Ling didn't feel anything. After an unknown amount of time, he finally reached the bottom of the abyss. Upon closer inspection, it was a vast expanse of whiteness, as if one was in a world of white clouds, but the surroundings were very bright. As for the distance, a blurry shadow appeared there. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be a large cauldron. Cauldron? The 9 cauldrons of Wuxia? Lin Ling was secretly shocked. He had heard about the 9 cauldrons of Wuxia, but he had never taken it to heart, thinking that the treasures of Wuxia were limited no matter how powerful they were. But now, he found that the aura of the cauldron was obviously extraordinary. He couldn't help but walk forward. Then he found an ancient cauldron sitting on the ground. Next to it were 2 square prisons. The 4 prisons seemed to be very quiet in front of this large cauldron, as if they were in awe of this ancient cauldron. The divine cauldron of Wuxia. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. After closer inspection, He found that this cauldron was even more magnificent than he imagined, giving him a sacred and inviolable feeling. The 9 cauldrons of Wuxia don't seem to be among the 10 great divine artifacts of chaos. It's said that this divine cauldron was refined by the first emperor of Wuxia. This cauldron has been around for so long. Could it be that it actually existed since the beginning of God? Several thoughts surged in Lin Ling's mind, but he couldn't care too much and once again communicated with the 4 prisons. And this time, no one could disturb him. Lin Ling, you're back. After an unknown amount of time, Guang Qingzi's voice sounded in Lin Ling's mind, making him happy. He had finally obtained his own 4 prisons. He hurriedly communicated with the 4 prisons again. After an unknown amount of time, the 4 prisons finally floated over. And what made Lin Ling speechless was that another 4 prisons also floated over and then disappeared into Lin Ling's body. The 4 prisons had completely returned, and most importantly, he had obtained 2 of them. This was obviously a pleasant surprise. Sir. When Lin Ling entered the prison, one by one, his acquaintances greeted him. Thank you for what happened last time. Lin Ling nodded to everyone. Last time, he had released the prisoners of the 4 prisons for the first time, and the power was astonishing. Deities and middle-stage universe giant gods were unstoppable. If not for the appearance of the purple-robed woman, Lin Ling would have been able to do whatever he wanted in Dragon Tomb. Lin Ling, you've also obtained the other prison. There are quite a few sovereigns in there. Guang Qingzi was also happy for Lin Ling. Beside him was Monkey Bro. Lin Ling nodded happily. With the 2 4 prisons, he could release even more gods. Right, what's the origin of that divine cauldron outside? Lin Ling asked. Even I can't see the origin of that cauldron, but I feel that it's the cauldron of Wuxia's destiny. It represents the destiny of Wuxia's history. Guang Qingzi pondered. Brother, Wuxia has 9 cauldrons, each representing 9 different powers. This cauldron represents destiny. It's rare for you to encounter it, so don't miss it. Monkey Bro also said, it's a pity that it's hard to obtain. Otherwise, we could have taken it away. Lin Ling felt a little regretful, but he could also sense that he couldn't take this cauldron away. Then I'll use this cauldron to cultivate, Lin Ling said to Guang Qingzi and the others. Then he left the prison and came to the side of the ancient cauldron. He discovered that the cauldron was about 2 meters wide and 1.5 meters tall. There were many ancient words engraved on it. On the surface, there was nothing special about this cauldron, just that it was very old. But when he sensed it carefully, he could sense a mysterious power. Lin Ling immediately sat down cross-legged and activated the primal chaos deity formula. At first, the ancient cauldron was silent, but gradually, a mysterious aura drifted over and surrounded Lin Ling's body. Then, he gradually disappeared. If someone were here at this moment, they would be shocked to see that Lin Ling was already inside the cauldron. Chapter 5279. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Inside the cauldron, endless luck turned into a dense mist that surrounded Lin Ling like a dragon. With every breath he took, Lin Ling entered Lin Ling's body and reappeared. In Lin Ling's dantian, there was an earth-shattering change happening right now. After all, karmic luck was a cultivation treasure that was hard to come by. Not to mention, this luck was the luck of the entire Wuxia. His 8 dantians were growing crazily like bamboo shoots after a rain, and his various godly bodies were also transforming. Rumble. After an unknown period of time, the sky suddenly became oppressive. The sky above the valley was filled with lightning and all living beings bowed their heads. Then, a terrifying thunderstorm came crashing down from the sky and bombarded the entire valley. This was a divine tribulation. Unknowingly, Lin Ling was making a breakthrough with the help of the divine cauldron's luck and entering a new domain. And this domain belonged to the god-tier giant universe god. The divine tribulation in the sky kept bombarding the earth. In the valley, poisonous insects and other creatures were all killed, but these divine lightning couldn't reach the divine cauldron. They were all blocked by the cauldron. The divine cauldron was sacred and inviolable. It also represented the entire Wuxia universe. How could it be shaken by mere divine lightning? Inside the cauldron, Linling was like a newborn baby that was crazily absorbing the changes brought about by the luck. At the same time, everyone in Linling universe could sense the changes. They all smiled. They guessed that Linling was increasing his strength, and the extent of it was very, very big. Time passed quietly. Linling's first dantian gradually stabilized, and he stepped into the early stage of the God-tier giant universe god. Next, his second dantian was also transforming and stepped into the god tier. Third dantian, fourth dantian, fifth dantian. Every one of his dantians was transforming. Linling's godly power was also increasing crazily, and it gradually reached the level of 15 trillion. And his physical strength was also increasing, reaching the level of 50 trillion. With these two added together, not to mention early-stage god-tier giant universe gods, even middle-stage giant universe gods weren't a match for Linling. Of course, this only applied to ordinary giant universe gods. If they were more powerful, Linling would have a harder time winning. However, this was Linling's strength before he fused his innate talent. If he had fused his innate talent, even an ordinary late-stage deity cosmos giant god would not be a match for Linling. After all, with Linling's fusion, the total amount of power would be in the 400 trillion range. And ordinary late-stage deity cosmos giant gods were worth only 300 trillion. Although Linling was breaking through, he could sense the changes in his body. He was overjoyed. He had finally broken through. Moreover, he didn't stop. He continued to absorb the power of destiny, hoping to open his 9th dantian. Unfortunately, the power needed to open the 9th dantian was too crazy. As a result, the power of providence was not enough. This made Linling extremely depressed. This destiny was even more precious than the destiny of the Tao Pagoda. He could only watch helplessly as his luck flowed away. After all, now that he had broken through, it would be difficult for him to refine the destiny. After an unknown period of time, Linling opened his eyes. Sensing the changes in his body, he let out a light breath. His strength had finally improved greatly. I've found the square prison. I can return to the Tao Pagoda now. But how should I go back? Linling was thinking of a way back. After all, he was taken away from the Tao Pagoda, and his Tao origin heaven seat was still with him. Right? I should return to the Linling universe and follow Yellow Emperor back to the Tao Pagoda. Linling's eyes suddenly lit up. He finally relaxed. However, it was rare for him to come to China. The next time he thought of it, he probably wouldn't be able to find it. It would be great if he could leave a mark here. This divine cauldron of China is not bad. I can leave a mark here. Next time, I can directly enter this place through the Linling universe. Linling stared at the divine cauldron of China and then set up a boundary array around it. He also set up a soul. Mr. Gu and the others are still outside. However, just as Linling was about to leave, he thought of Mr. Gu and the others. With a light sigh, Linling took a step and floated to the top of the cliff. Then he left through the giant door. However, outside the giant door, he didn't see Mr. Gu and the others. He didn't even see a single person. There were no traces of a battle in the original place. Could it be that they had left? Linling wanted to leave, but when he thought of how Mr. Gu and the others had helped him find the square prison, he couldn't bear it. He planned to help Mr. Gu and the others. Although he couldn't let them become gods, he could at least let them step into the ranks of cultivation. Right, there's also that group of people. Linling thought of the group of people who had plotted against him not long ago. At the thought of this, Linling's eyes turned cold. That group of ants. He, Linling, the giant god of the Tao Pagoda, didn't even make a move. Instead, those ants attacked him first. If I'm not wrong, they are from the Taoist temple in the Zhongnan Mountains. Linling also had a guess in his heart. He left the underground and appeared in the valley. Then he stared at the desolate valley and shook his head helplessly. This valley had also ended up like this because of his breakthrough. The divine cauldron of Wuxia is still underground. In order to prevent too many people from approaching, it's better to restore this place to its original state. Linling waved his right hand, and a powerful magical energy floated around, slowly restoring everything that had been destroyed. Moreover, he increased his strength, causing the poisonous insects and plants in the valley to be more powerful than before. With them guarding this place, this valley could be considered a real forbidden area. Then, Lin Ling's soul force spread out and landed on the distant Zhongnan Mountains. But then, his expression changed and he couldn't help but snort coldly. "How dare you capture Mr. Gu and the others?" Lin Ling had obviously discovered Mr. Gu and the others. He had also discovered the Taoist cultivators such as the Green Mountain Immortal. These people were really like ants to Lin Ling. Of course, they were different from the ants that Lin Ling usually saw. They could be considered to be more daring ants. Moreover, Lin Ling heard them talking about the number 1 god of Wuxia. What a joke, what a joke! How dare he call himself a god? With a step, Lin Ling disappeared from where he was and went straight to the Taoist temple in the Zhongnan Mountains. A moment later, he stopped and landed in the mountains. Looking up, he could immediately see the ancient Taoist temple. There were quite a number of people in this Taoist temple, and most of them had strength in their bodies. They were true cultivators. However, the strength in their bodies was too weak. Compared to the magical energy, it was like dirty water in a small ditch, while Lin Ling's magical energy was like an ocean. At this moment, the Taoist temple was extremely lively. Cultivators dressed in different attire were gathered here, looking politely at a white-haired old man. These cultivators came from the north and south of the Yangtze River. They were the cultivators hidden in the mountains of Wuxia. They gathered here because they knew that the Green Mountain Immortal had come out of seclusion, so they came to pay him a visit. If they could get guidance from the Green Mountain Immortal, they would definitely benefit for the rest of their lives. Not many people in Wuxia knew the name of the Green Mountain Immortal, but they were the masters of Wuxia's cultivation world. How could they not know? To them, the Green Mountain Immortal was indeed a god. The strongest god in Wuxia. In this regard, countless achievements had proven all of this. No one could defeat him in the north and south of the Yangtze River. Chapter 5280. He was the immortal cultivator. Knowing that the immortal cultivator had come out of seclusion, all the big shots in China came to see him. I heard that the immortal cultivator has been cultivating for 500 years. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that someone with such a long lifespan could exist. That's nothing. I heard that the immortal cultivator jumped from the sky during the battle on the island. That was over 500 meters. So fierce? It seems that the immortal cultivator's heart has reached the realm of transcendence. I heard from his disciple that the immortal cultivator has learned how to fly. What? The big shots from all over the world were talking, and the more they talked, the more shocked they were. Flying? No one in human history had ever possessed such power. You're right. This is the result of my sect master's 10 years of cultivation. A white-haired old man said with a faint smile. He was the disciple of the immortal cultivator. Among the guests, Mr. Gu and the others were also here. They were not mistreated. After all, the immortal cultivator had learned of Mr. G's identity and knew that he had a lot of authority in Wuxia. That was why he kept Mr. Gu and the others alive. Otherwise, they would have been killed. Flying? Oh my God. Alice's mouth twitched as she listened to the conversation. She finally knew what kind of existence she had provoked. Wuxia is so profound. The ancient cultivators had such powerful abilities. Smith was also shocked. This trip to Wuxia was an eye-opener for him. He looked at Mr. Gu and the others with reverence. The immortal cultivator is here. Suddenly, someone shouted. Then, a middle-aged man in a loose robe slowly walked out of the Taoist temple. His temples were white, but the rest of his hair was black. If no one reminded him, he didn't look like a man who had lived for 500 years. He had a calm temperament, like a pine tree on a cliff. He was so calm that he wouldn't be shocked even if the sky collapsed. With just a glance, all the great figures present quietly lowered their heads, feeling a sense of shame. Even though there were many strong people present, including those who had reached the peak of external cultivation and those who had reached the inner circle, they were like children in front of a cultivator. He's really extraordinary. An old man who seemed to be in his 80s exclaimed. To him, this was a true cultivator. They could only be considered outsiders. This Tao master has come out of seclusion for 10 years. I am indebted to all of you for honoring me with your presence. Your presence brings light to my humble abode. The immortal Green Mountain said nonchalantly as he glanced at the crowd. In fact, he was actually a little unhappy. After all, he had encountered a divine artifact as soon as he came out of seclusion, but he couldn't obtain it even though he saw it. However, he was also comforting himself. With his current cultivation, he was indeed still lacking a bit. Next time, he would definitely succeed next time. Spiritual Master, do you still remember me? Wang Minghu from 50 years ago. At this moment, an old man pointed at himself and spoke as if he was speaking to his master. Wang Minghu? I remember now. So it's you. I didn't expect that after 50 years, your cultivation has actually improved. The immortal Xianxia nodded with a faint smile. His words made Wang Minghu extremely happy. It was a great honor to be remembered by the immortal Xianxia. Wang Minghu. The eyes of the others flashed. They were indeed incomparably envious. The immortal Green Mountain has come out from behind closed doors, and his martial arts are unparalleled. The legend of the immortal Green Mountain is sure to emerge in Wuxia again. The others immediately began to flatter him. The immortal Xianxia nodded slightly. This time, he had left the mortal world for 10 years. He didn't know how the mortal world was doing, and whether the important figures of Wuxia still remembered him. Suddenly, the immortal Xianxia had an idea. He wanted to be unparalleled in the world and shock the world. This idea came without any warning, but it made the immortal Xianxia determined. This was also the obsession of a cultivator. Once he had an idea, he had to complete it. Otherwise, if he kept it in his heart for too long, it would become an inner demon. Fine. I've been in seclusion for 10 years and seen through life and death. I've reached the level of walking on clouds. It's time for Wuxia to know my style. The immortal Xianxia looked at the crowd and said. Everyone was overjoyed. This meant that they were all fated to see the immortal in action. This kind of thing was hard to see unless one was extremely lucky. In the future, they would have the right to boast to their descendants. How does the sect master plan to show off his style? The disciples of the immortal Xianxia also flattered. The immortal Xianxia smiled. He wanted to show off his ability to walk on clouds, but at this moment, a figure walked up the stairs. You're the immortal Xianxia. A cold voice abruptly interrupted everyone. Mr. Lin. Hearing the familiar voice, Mr. Gu looked back and gasped in shock. It's you! The immortal Xianxia and the others also recognized Lin Ling. However, didn't Lin Ling fall off the cliff and die? Who do you think you are? How dare you call me the immortal Xianxia? Or you came without an invitation. You don't give the immortal any face. You're still wet behind the ears? All the important figures thought it was a powerful cultivator, but it turned out to be a young man. They were furious. Such a young man could only be their grandson. What right did he have to call the immortal by his name? What immortal Xianxia? How dare a small Taoist call himself an immortal? Lin Ling ignored the crowd and still looked at the immortal Xianxia coldly. Thinking of what had happened not long ago, anger rose in his heart. He, a god, didn't even make a move, but this so-called immortal Xianxia provoked him. You're courting death. The eldest disciple of the immortal Xianxia was furious. He took a step forward, and a terrifying wave of air gushed out. This old man had white hair, but as his white hair danced, he looked like a god descending to the mortal world. So powerful. Everyone present was shocked. They didn't expect the immortal Xianxia's disciple to be so powerful. However, the immortal Xianxia shouted coldly and stopped his disciple. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling with curiosity. Didn't this ant fall off the cliff? How did he come back alive? Was there a path behind the giant door that led to the cliff? This aroused his interest. He had always wanted to know the secret under the cliff. It seems that you're very dissatisfied with me. The immortal Xianxia said indifferently, You don't know how powerful I am. Otherwise, you wouldn't have dared to speak. However, since you're still alive, it means that you're qualified to make a request of me. If you're dissatisfied, I'll fulfill your wish and let you fight me. Everyone opened their mouths wide. The number one god of Wuxia was going to fight a young man? Haha, how can he be a match for the sect master? The sect master can blow him thousands of miles away with just one breath. Let alone this young man, even if all the masters of Wuxia worked together, they wouldn't be able to block a single attack from the immortal. The disciples of the immortal Xianxia mocked. Mr. Lin. Mr. Gu and the others hurried over, trying to persuade Lin Ling not to act rashly. Mr. Lin, this person can fly. Alice was also trying to persuade him, but she felt helpless. Although Mr. Lin had some skills, how could he be a match for the number one god of Wuxia? He was asking for humiliation. Chapter 5281. It's the perfect supreme being. You don't have to persuade me. This old man wants to fight me. I'll see what he's capable of. Lin Ling shook his head. Mr. Lin. Mr. Tang panicked. The big shots present all shook their heads and sneered. Capable of what? How dare this young man say that? Sigh. Alice wanted to persuade him, but she didn't know how to do so. She knew that Lin Ling was going to suffer this time. However, this was normal. Lin Ling was so young, but his strength was not weak. It was natural for him to be arrogant. However, Lin Ling also lost in terms of youth. How could his cultivation be compared to the Green Mountain Immortal who had cultivated for 500 years? Haha, so you agree. At this moment, the Green Mountain Immortal suddenly laughed and stared at Lin Ling with great interest. Originally, he wanted to show his strength and shake up Wuxia. However, Lin Ling's overestimation of his strength piqued his interest. Come. Lin Ling nodded. The Green Mountain Immortal suddenly walked out. He stood like Mount Tai and also like the immovable Wisdom King. With his hands behind his back, his long robe fluttered quietly. Swoosh! The fallen leaves around him suddenly revolved around him. It was an extraordinary sight. So powerful. Everyone retreated far away to witness the Green Mountain Immortal's elegance. All of a sudden, the immortal Green Mountain sighed softly. Your prowess is at most equal to that of a highly skilled external practitioner in the mortal world. You don't have any internal energy, nor have you reached the state of transcendence. How can you be my opponent? At this moment, he was somewhat disinterested. The Green Mountain Immortal came out of seclusion to find a real expert to fight and make a name for himself in Wuxia. However, his first battle was with such a young boy. Not only would this be an unfair victory, it would also be meaningless even if he won. He could clearly sense that Lin Ling did not have any spiritual energy in his body, which meant that he was not a cultivator. Your strength is barely enough to cultivate spiritual energy into your body. You can't even be considered a martial artist. How can you be a spiritual immortal? At this time, Lin Ling also said faintly. What he said was indeed the truth. In the world where Lin Ling came from, even the practitioners were more powerful than the immortal Green Mountain, and the immortal Green Mountain was at most an entry-level practitioner. Shameless boasting. The immortal Green Mountain yelled angrily. He had already given this young man a way out, but the young man rebuked him instead. Fine, I'll let you see what it means to be a cultivator. The immortal Green Mountain reached out one of his hands and drew a small semicircle in front of him. The forces of ice and fire gathered together and turned into a mark of Tai Chi. This Tai Chi was lifelike and was completely condensed from spirit Chi. However, it possessed a terrifying power. Carving objects with spirits. Everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. Using spiritual energy to carve any object, such a method was really something that only immortals could do. In the ancient records of Wuxia, powerful immortals were able to use spiritual energy to carve objects. They were even able to cast beams into soldiers and reverse the universe. One move. If you can take one move from me, you can enter the eyes of a Taoist. The immortal Green Mountain said nonchalantly. His steps didn't move, but his whole body glided past Lin Ling, and he thrust his palm toward Lin Ling lightly. Rumble. The Tai Chi circle, which seemed to be less than a meter long, danced, and the sound of thunder was heard. He's dead meat. That's right. This palm strike is enough to shatter a mountain. The power is probably comparable to the impact of a train. The big shots from all sides stared at it without blinking. Mr. Lin. Mr. Tang and the others felt a strong wind blowing in their faces. It was indeed like the roar of a train. They immediately shouted in worry. Bang! At that moment, Lin Ling pushed out his palm lightly as if he was chasing away a fly. The two palms collided, and a deafening boom was heard. The whole Taoist temple shook a little. Then, a figure retreated. It was Lin Ling. Interesting. You can take one of my palms without dying. You've cultivated your external force to the peak. I'm afraid you can resist a train with your body. The immortal Green Mountain's voice suddenly rang out, and everyone's expression changed drastically. That young man was unharmed? So powerful! Alice and the others also exclaimed in shock. Although they had seen Lin Ling defeat a huge python with one punch, the immortal Green Mountain's palm was more powerful than the python's impact. This meant that they had underestimated Lin Ling. You've made me interested. Good. Again. At that moment, the immortal Green Mountain's faint laughter was heard. His body suddenly turned into a shadow, and he attacked Lin Ling from all directions. His palms suppressed Lin Ling as if they could topple mountains and overturn seas. After more than 10 consecutive booms, Lin Ling was extremely embarrassed, but he blocked those palms again. This young man is quite strong. Everyone was even more shocked. At first, they thought Lin Ling would be defeated quickly, but the reality was beyond their imagination. Moreover, they had imagined that they could block the immortal Green Mountain's attack, but they were shocked to find that they couldn't block it at all. This also meant that this young man's strength was slightly stronger than theirs. It's getting more and more interesting. At that moment, the immortal Green Mountain stroked his beard and nodded in satisfaction. I've met such an interesting person after coming out of seclusion. Not bad at all. He said, not bad, 3 times in a row, which meant that he was also very surprised and felt that he had met a good opponent. Of course, it was just a good sparring partner that allowed the immortal Green Mountain to use more of his strength. Master, you're interested. Everyone is in for a treat. The immortal Green Mountain's disciples were all familiar with their master. Seeing the immortal Green Mountain's expression, they all laughed excitedly. That's all you've got? However, a disdainful voice suddenly sounded amidst the laughter. Lin Ling slowly walked out from the billowing dust. I've given you so many chances and you've only got this much strength? Before, I was just playing with you. Of course, I was also giving you a chance. Unfortunately, you're not even qualified to move me. As soon as the voice came out, the whole place fell silent. The immortal Green Mountain was furious. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. What arrogant words! Yi Chi-Chi, the disciple of the immortal Green Mountain, was furious. In their opinion, this young man was struggling before his death. Who gave him the courage to speak? Fine, I'll show you what the immortal method is. The immortal Green Mountain knew that it was time to show some of his strength. Otherwise, others would think that the so-called immortal was just SOS. His feet moved without wind as he stepped up and headed straight for the sky. He's flying. Everyone pointed to the sky with their eyes wide open. The legendary flying ability. In today's world, there was actually the ability to fly. It can really fly. Is it a helicopter? Alice and the other foreigners were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. Without a doubt, the immortal Green Mountain at this moment had overturned everyone's understanding. They looked at him as if they were looking at an immortal. Ignorant child, how can you know the power of a cultivator? At this moment, the immortal Green Mountain was looking down at the people in the sky. His eyes were full of disdain and mockery. You're flying so slowly. Are you crawling? However, at this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind him. The immortal Green Mountain looked back and was shocked to find a young man. Behind him, a young man descended with his hands behind his back like a god. Chapter 5282. Boom, boom. With a loud boom, Xianxia fell from the sky like a meteor. A huge crater was formed on the ground of the Taoist temple. Gravel flew everywhere, and many people's faces were scratched. Some people stepped back, their expressions changing drastically. In the huge crater, dust was flying. The previously arrogant Xianxia was now lying on the ground like a dog, looking extremely miserable. Sect Master. The disciples led by the white-haired old man all roared, their eyes full of disbelief. He, their master, the #1 god of Wuxia, was actually beaten down from the sky? This was beyond their understanding. But, in their impression, their master was invincible. It's him. The big shots from all over also raised their heads and stared at the figure in the sky. That figure was wearing sportswear. He should have been a very ordinary existence, but he was very dazzling. Because he could fly. Moreover, no one saw how he flew up. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Xianxia. With just one move, Xianxia was smashed to the ground. Apart, everyone present was not a fool. Otherwise, how could they not know how powerful that young man was? Mr. Lin, he can fly too? No one was more surprised than Alice and the others. In their opinion, Lin Ling had always been weaker than Xianxia. Following them, they thought of the matter of reminding Lin Ling before and suddenly felt ashamed. He actually looked at Lin Ling with their own eyes. You're courting death. At this moment, the ground exploded and endless airflow gushed in all directions. Xianxia stood up and stared at the sky angrily. But, yes, he looked very miserable. His long hair was messy, his robe was tattered, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. You dare to call yourself an immortal in front of me? In the sky, Lin Ling looked at Xianxia with disdain. He was too lazy to even laugh. He was a giant god of the universe, and now he was even a god. He could kill Xianxia with a flick of his finger. This Xianxia dared to be arrogant in front of him. But, what if the immortal Green Mountain wanted to harm Lin Ling even more after the huge gate? I didn't expect there to be cultivators in Wuxia. Which sect are you from? Tell me your name. The immortal Green Mountain said coldly. You really don't have the right to know. Lin Ling smiled sarcastically. Announce your sect? Every sect Lin Ling had joined was a sect that was stronger than the immortal Green Mountain. He couldn't help but admire the arrogance of the immortal Green Mountain. All right, you'll tell me. Taoist Shan nodded. His long robe fluttered without wind. Wind come. He let out a low roar, and as if it was the order of a heavenly king, heaven and earth began to change. A gust of wind blew, and it grew stronger and stronger. Crush. All the trees in the mountain swayed, and Song Mountain trembled. It was as if a level 10 typhoon had swept through. The entire roof of the Taoist temple was blown off, and the tiles tumbled in the air like pieces of paper. Bang, bang, bang. The experts from various places all sat down on the ground, and some even tried to avoid the gale. Before they could feel surprised, the immortal Green Mountain yelled angrily again, "Bring the rain!" Boom! Rumble! Thunder suddenly appeared in the sky, and dark clouds covered the sky. Heavy rain poured down. The raindrops were dense, and they were as big as soybeans. When they hit people's heads, it was extremely painful. Gale, torrential rain. This was the method of the immortal Green Mountain. This was still human? It wasn't an exaggeration to call him a god. Human. They had never seen such a scene, and they were even more shocked. This method was even more terrifying than flying. Legend has it that during the Three Kingdoms period, Zhuge Liang could summon the wind and summon the rain. I thought it was just a story, but I didn't expect there to be such a person in reality. As expected of the immortal. Many people shouted in shock. This immortal knows the will of heaven and goes against the universe. You, a mere cultivator, dare to compete with this immortal? The immortal Green Mountain snorted coldly, and there was an indescribable arrogance in his voice. Summon the wind and summon the rain? In the sky, Lin Ling didn't move at all. Even the rain couldn't touch him, and the gale couldn't move him at all. Wait for me to break you. Someone heard a loud and clear voice. Lin Ling exhaled lightly. Everything changed. In the sky, the clouds dispersed. On the ground, the wind stopped. First, it was as if nothing had happened. If it wasn't for the mess on the mountain, people would have thought that they were dreaming. Too fast, too fast, too fast. Moreover, the terrifying storm from before had actually been extinguished by a single breath. This divine ability was truly terrifying. What? This time, the immortal Green Mountain's expression changed greatly. I'll let you see what it means to summon the wind and summon the rain. In the sky, Lin Ling spat out a sentence and waved his right hand. The whole action was as if he was chasing away a fly, completely different from the immortal Green Mountain's solemn casting. But the effect was like a heavenly tribulation. Boom! Heaven! The sound of thunder suddenly came from the sky, and the whole sky was full of thunder and lightning, shocking people. This wasn't rain at all, but a thunderstorm. Everyone on the ground was scared out of their wits. They had never seen such a heavenly scene. Again, looking into the distance, the rolling dark clouds were like a big canyon, moving crazily, forming a huge cloud spiral, shocking to the eye. The main thing was that it was too big, so big that it occupied the entire sky. Rumble! Rumble! At the same time, the ground shook. It was actually an earthquake. The mountain range cracked, the river stopped flowing, and the whole Qinling mountain seemed to be affected. Nothing. Countless creatures were kneeling. The scene was extremely spectacular. Boom! Rumble! And it wasn't over yet. In the distant sky, the Sea Market's Qin Tower appeared. That was the 9 Serenities' hell. Earth. The mansion was shaken. He's a god. No one expected that Lin Ling's anger would cause such a huge change in the world. Everyone, including Mr. Gu, knelt down together. In their eyes, what cultivator could compare to that young man? How can he be so powerful? Alice and the other foreigners felt like they were watching a sci-fi movie, but this scene was real in front of their eyes. Or after Su Li's incident, they no longer wanted to be mercenaries. After all, the world was boring, and there was no place more attractive to them than here. Among everyone, only the immortal Green Mountain was still standing, but his legs were trembling. His heart felt like it was broken into thousands of pieces. His expression was blank, shocked, fearful, and even respectful. He had cultivated for 500 years, and he thought that no one in the world could compare to him. He thought that he was the only one who had pursued the heavenly Tao, but now he knew that he was just a small Tao. His cultivation journey was merely at the entry level. The real Tao was to move an eyebrow, and the heavenly tribulation would descend. This was reversing the universe. True Tao. The righteous Tao was to move the underworld with a thought. This was controlling life and death. Now, you still dare to call yourself an immortal in front of me. At this moment, a majestic voice rang in the ears of the immortal Green Mountain, causing him to look up. The sky was filled with colorful clouds, and divine light shot into the sky. The auspicious divine beast appeared on the left, and the bones of the god fiend appeared on the right. There was a man standing in the middle. He was like a god looking down at them. Chapter 5283. I'm the perfect supreme. I don't dare. The Green Mountain spiritual master said with shame. He was both scared and blushed. He was scared because he had provoked such an existence. He blushed because he called himself the spiritual master in front of such power. You really don't dare? Lin Ling asked again. Thump. The Green Mountain spiritual master knelt down and kowtowed. I don't dare, I don't dare. Well, since you don't dare, let me ask you, do you want to live or die? Lin Ling asked, you dared to kill me, which is a great crime. If you want to live, you'll waste your cultivation. If you want to die, I'll send you on your way. I want to live. The Green Mountain spiritual master kept kowtowing, and his heart was bleeding. The cultivation he had cultivated for 500 years was probably going to disappear today. This meant that from now on, he would become immortal. However, he didn't hate Lin Ling. First, he didn't dare. Second, with Lin Ling's strength, he still gave him a way out. This was already a mercy. After all, he would have done the same if it were him. My lifespan is estimated to be left with 50 years. Then, the Green Mountain spiritual master smiled bitterly to himself. After his cultivation was destroyed, he became immortal, and his lifespan was naturally reduced. At the same time, Lin Ling walked down from the sky and came to the front of the Green Mountain spiritual master. With a wave of his right hand, the Green Mountain spiritual master's cultivation disappeared. Holding the cultivation in his hand, Lin Ling looked at Mr. Gu and the Green Mountain Spiritual Master and said indifferently, "You two are destined to be with me, so I'll help you. I hope that when you have the ability, you won't bully others and help the mortals. If one day I know that you and the Green Mountain Spiritual Master are like this, I'll destroy you. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you, Mr. Lin." Mr. Gu and the Green Mountain Spiritual Master knelt down with a thud. They could clearly feel that there was an additional power in their bodies, which made them feel omnipotent. At this moment, they finally realized that power and money were not important. Moreover, after suddenly obtaining this powerful power, their hearts were filled with ambition, and they felt that they were above the mortals, like gods. However, thinking of Lin Ling's reminder, they quickly extinguished that thought. "Protect China. This is our hometown," Lin Ling said again. Then he walked into the distance. His pace was clearly not fast, but in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's sight. "Farewell, great God." Everyone knelt down. Alice and the others were the same, but in their hearts, they were filled with deep regret. Although they had been in awe of Lin Ling along the way, they had still looked down on him. As a result, Lin Ling didn't have a deep impression of them, so when he left, he didn't leave anything for them. If they were as respectful to Lin Ling as Mr. Gu was, perhaps they would become superhumans. On that day, the news spread on the internet. The weather in the Qinling Mountains was abnormal, and there were even earthquakes. The magnitude of the earthquakes was very high, but they disappeared as quickly as they came. Later, the government came out to clarify that there was indeed an earthquake in the Qinling Mountains, and there was heavy rain. The temperature was extremely low. However, this was caused by a gust of cold air. As for earthquakes, although rare, it wasn't impossible to happen. However, it wasn't over yet. There was still a video circulating on the internet. It was taken by a group of backpackers. Although they were far away, they still managed to capture the thunderstorm in the sky and the scene of hell. The most amazing thing was that there was a miracle of thousands of creatures kneeling and worshipping. Although the video was very short, it still caused quite a stir. However, many experts came out and said that it was photoshopped. In the end, it was left unsettled. After Alice and the others returned to their country, they had indeed given up their career as mercenaries. For them, after witnessing such a miracle, the various dangers on Earth were no longer attractive to them. After Mr. Gu and the others returned, they continued to study the ancient history of China. However, they took more care of Lin Ling's uncle. Moreover, they also took care of Lin Ling's friends in university, such as Didi Dada and the others. As for Lin Ling, he finally found the square prison and returned to the Lin Ling universe. "Ling, you're back." When Ancestor Tai Yen and the others saw Lin Ling, they were all very happy. "Dad, what did you see in China?" Lin Yi also came over with his daughter. Lin Ling greeted all his relatives. When he thought of the trip to China, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Although Lin Ling had all his relatives and friends in the universe, his other home was also in China. There, the memories left for him were too deep. Even if he had reincarnated thousands of times, for him, his life in China was his real predecessor. "I just walked around casually. In the future, I will take you to China," Lin Ling said with a smile. "Okay, I've long wanted to go to Dad's hometown." "I want to go too," Lin Yi and his daughter said happily. "By the way, how's the Dao Pagoda?" Lin Ling looked at Ancestor Tai Yen and the others and asked. The last time Lei Gong and the others came back was a long time ago. They haven't been back for a while. "I guess there's some trouble there," Ancestor Tai Yen said. "That's right." And Yuer also said, when Xingyi came back last time, he said that a woman named Feng Moyang was helping them, and she was also looking for you. "Feng Moyang?" Lin Ling frowned slightly. "Lin Ling, I have a feeling that Feng Moyang is Yu Yu's sister." And Yuer also entered the Dao Pagoda not long ago and saw Feng Moyang, so she had this feeling. "Yu Yu?" Lin Ling's face changed dramatically. Now, his biggest wish was to find Yu Yu. "Feng Moyang is Yu Yu? Why didn't I feel this when I saw her?" Lin Ling pondered, "But it's strange. Every time I leave her, I have a short feeling. That's Yu Yu's feeling. Could it be that Feng Moyang is really Yu Yu, but there's a powerful god in her body that blocks others' detection? If you want to know the answer, perhaps you can only find Feng Moyang. And Yuer said, Okay, I'll go back to the Dao Pagoda to take a look. However, I can't go back now because of my heavenly position. I have to get someone to take me in. That's easy. Xiaolun and Longyang just left not long ago. We can inform them. But not long after, Xiaolun and Longyang both returned. When they saw Linling, they were naturally incomparably happy. Linling, my lord. On the 6th floor of the Dao Pagoda, they were separated from Linling. The last time they came back, they knew that Linling was in China. Now that Linling had returned, they knew that Linling was probably going to enter the Dao Pagoda again. Let's go to the Dao Pagoda. Sure enough, Linling smiled and nodded, then asked, How are Lei Gong and the others? Now, Lei Gong and the others are being chased by the god race and are fighting against the other god races with the sun god race. They didn't look for the tooth race. They haven't found them yet. After a conversation, Linling's eyes flashed slightly. Xingyi, senior sister Qingzhu, and the others must be on the tooth race's side. Lei Gong and the others had entered from the other side and had yet to meet up. Chapter 5284. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. If the Tooth Clan and the Yellow Emperor's people all gather, we won't have to fear anyone in the dragon's tomb. Linling thought to himself. He had a feeling that after such a long time, the Yellow Emperor and the others must have greatly improved their strength. However, they had not gathered. It was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. After all, there were too many enemies. There were the Wanao clan, the Silver Moon clan, the Decaying clan, the 3 divine sects of White Mountain, and so on. And only the Tooth clan and the Silver Moon clan were on Linling's side. A moment later, Linling entered the 6th floor of the Dao Pagoda again. The familiar wind blew, making Linling feel nostalgic. This time, he had not left the Dao Pagoda for long, but it felt like a long time. Linling, you still left your aura on the 6th floor of the Dao Pagoda. It's in your Dao realm, so you can come in. Otherwise, you would have to start from the 1st floor of the Dao Pagoda and walk back. Longyang looked at Linling and said, They were now in the 18 Dragon Mountains, and there was still some distance to the dragon's tomb. Then, they continued on their way to the dragon's tomb. Along the way, there were still many gods heading to the dragon's tomb. The dragon's tomb had dragon stones, which were very suitable for cultivation. Look, that's Longyang and the others, the Yellow Emperor's people. Just as they entered the dragon's tomb and walked along the ancient corridor, there was a low voice in front of them. The voice was very soft, and it was a voice transmission. If one did not sense it, it would be difficult to detect it. However, Linling sensed it. Xiaolun also sensed it. Linling sensed it because of his strong soul power, but Xiaolun had been in the dragon's tomb for too long. He knew the situation of being surrounded by enemies and was extremely cautious. The current Xiaolun was no longer a first-time cultivator. He had experienced many battles, and his temperament had matured a lot. Sister Longyang, those people are watching us. Xiaolun looked at Longyang and said. Longyang frowned and shook her head, ignoring him. Linling was too lazy to pay attention to those small characters. Follow them. However, the eyes of the gods were cold. After Linling in translation, they immediately followed them. Now, the dragon's translation, the gods, and the sun god race were all against these gods, so if they could know the whereabouts of Xiaolun and the others, they would be rewarded. Linling translation. Also, the dragon translation. Linling translation. Linling translation. He did not expect that these people would be so suicidal. However, Linling did not want to waste time, so he continued on his way. The huge corridor they walked through was different from the one Linling took last time. However, they still passed by a large hall. The hall was filled with huge pillars, and in the corners, there were many dragon stones on the pillars. In su while chaotic, while were chaotic translation. That was while was on translation. Senior Exen Tong, what should we do? Chase after them and stop them. The two women are Xiaolun and Longyang, but the man looks familiar. These gods also threw caution to the wind. They sped up, wanting to stop Lin Ling and the others. They had also seen that little Luan and the other two were deities with the strength of early-stage cosmos giant gods. If they work together, they should be able to suppress them. Where do you think you're going? Rumble. After a loud shout, a sparkling and translucent ice mountain appeared in front of Lin Ling and the others, blocking their path. Lin Ling and the other two stopped in their tracks and frowned. Previously, they had indeed wanted to shake off their pursuers. It wasn't that he was afraid, but that he didn't want to waste time. They didn't expect that these people finally couldn't hold back and took the initiative to stop them. At the same time, a dazzling light appeared behind him. More than 10 figures flashed out and sneered at Lin Ling and the others. If I'm not wrong, the two of you should be Longyang and Xiaolun, right? An extremely handsome man said with a smile. He had an elegant demeanor, and every movement of his was filled with the elegance of a man. His eyes were filled with gentleness. If an ordinary woman was here and looked at him, she would probably be deeply affected. The divine ability this man cultivated seemed to have something to do with charm. You are. Longyang smiled. She and Xiaolun weren't affected. After all, they were the hosts of the world will. Hehe, a loose cultivator. The man said with a smile. I'm Xian Tong. Are the two of you Longyang and Xiaolun? He was a middle-stage deity cosmos giant god, and the weakest person behind him was a deity. Naturally, he was confident. That's right. Do you have any objections? Longyang didn't hide anything. It's nothing. I saw that the two of you were walking here alone and thought it might be dangerous, so I wanted to be your escort. I don't know if it's possible. Xenku smiled gently. But, a flower protector? It was obvious that he wanted to supervise Longyang and Xiaolun. It could even be said that he wanted to kidnap them. Hey, I'm also a man. What escort? It's not up to you. Lin Ling shook his head and laughed. These people ignored him in front of him. He couldn't even keep quiet. It seemed that he had left the Dao Pagoda for too long, so no one recognized him. Or you. At this moment, everyone seemed to have discovered Lin Ling and laughed contemptuously. To be honest, we all know your purpose. You want to kidnap us. Why do you have to find such a despicable excuse? Lin Ling sneered. He looked at the charming man and said, And you, where did you get the confidence to think that you can protect the girls? Sir, if you have the ability, tell us your name. What kind of man are you if you only know how to hide there and talk nonsense? Xenku narrowed his eyes. Even now, he couldn't tell who Lin Ling was. If you want to know my name, then let's see if you have the ability. Lin Ling tilted his head and said with a smile that wasn't a smile. How dare you? Everyone was furious. A deity at the early stage of the universe giant god dared to be so arrogant. One had to know that this kind of strength was at the bottom of the dragon tomb. Even on the 6th floor of the Dao Pagoda, he wasn't a powerful character. That's what I meant. Xenku nodded coldly. Because of his charm, he didn't like other men beside beautiful women. And Lin Ling was the one beside the beautiful woman. Longyang, Xiaolun, make your move. Don't waste too much time. Lin Ling said indifferently just as everyone was about to make their move. But everyone was shocked. This man didn't intend to make a move? Instead, he let the woman do it? I thought you were some powerful character. Turns out you're just a trash who relies on women. Xenku laughed, his eyes full of ridicule. You guys are really not qualified for me to make a move. Lin Ling said matter-of-factly. With his current strength, he didn't even care about deities at the late stage of the universe giant god realm, let alone a mere early stage one. And after not seeing them for so long, he wanted to see how much Longyang and the others had improved in strength. Everyone didn't think so. A mere early-stage deity realm, no matter how powerful he was limited, unless he was a top 100 character. However, most of them had an impression of the top 100 characters on the 6th floor of the Dao Pagoda, and this arrogant youth wasn't among them. Chapter 5285. You're the useless ones. At this time, Longyang and Xiaolun had already made their moves. On the surface, they were only at the early stage of the deity realm, but their world willpower was so strong that it had reached the eternal level. They activated their methods one after another and actually defeated Xianxia's group. Xianxia's group's deity energy wasn't weak either. It exceeded 200 trillion and was below 300 trillion. But against the world willpower, these methods were useless. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was quietly watching. After noticing the progress of Dragon Lady and the others, he nodded slightly. Unfortunately, Longyang's world willpower was eternal, so it was better at defense. Xiaoluan's was the same. Hers was a chant, a creation. Therefore, their attack power wasn't strong and could only kill a few people temporarily. But even so, Xianxia's group was so scared that their faces changed. They dared to enter the dragon's tomb, so they were naturally stronger than those of the same realm. Each of them was an outstanding deity realm giant god. Because of this, they were confident that they could kidnap Longyang's group. But they didn't expect these women to be so fierce. Are you surprised? At this time, Lin Ling's voice was heard. He stared at Xianxia and said, "With your strength, you're qualified to be her escort." "You? Don't be too arrogant, relying on women." Xianxia was furious. "We came from the ancient era and have seen countless generations. We know the secrets of the universe. Who do you think you are to judge us?" "Who do I think I am?" Lin Ling sneered. Although he didn't come from the ancient era, he came from the ancient Face sect and entered the Tao through martial arts. He had experienced countless life and death situations, even the underworld. As for the secrets of the universe, how could he, Lin Ling, not know them? He had even returned from China. Lin Ling now felt that the secrets hidden in China weren't any weaker than the Tao Pagoda. "Kill them." Xianxia saw Lin Ling's disdainful smile and felt stifled. He called for everyone to kill Longyang's group and sneered. "These two women are strong, but there's a limit. As time passes, they'll become weaker and weaker. Let's see how they can protect you." "It's true." The other gods also realized that Longyang and the others' attacks were not strong, but their defenses were strong. Moreover, as time passed, their attacks became weaker and weaker. This was because the willpower of the world would continue to be consumed. "Brat, what else do you have to say?" "I told you to say it, say it." Xianxia walked towards Lin Ling step by step. Even if his men could not kill Longyang, he was confident that he could kill Lin Ling. He hated Lin Ling the most. He was obviously not strong, but he spoke as if he was an otherworldly expert. Most importantly, he dared to speak like that in front of a beauty. He hated such people the most. "I want to say that you do have some ability because you surprised me. But it's just a surprise." Lin Ling looked at Xianxia indifferently. Remember, in 1 second read, *book/wonderful, no pop-up window free reading. You're surprised, right? No one can save you now. Xianxia's body emitted a powerful aura. His divine force moved majestically and suddenly turned into a huge lid, slamming down on Lin Ling. The lid was extremely beautiful, like the lid of a cauldron, blooming with colorful light. However, this was the universe of Xianxia. In addition, there was also a powerful divine force gushing out, reaching the level of 250 trillion. "No, I'm surprised that you are qualified to make me attack." At this moment, Lin Ling shook his head. Under his right hand, a white light flashed. This was the sword of faith. Not to mention that he had broken through. Even if he did not, he would not put Xianxia in his eyes. Perhaps only the purple-robed woman with the square prison was qualified to make him use his real strength. Without looking at Xianxia, Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. The sword light flashed as if it came from ancient times. Crack! A piercing sound rang out. A dazzling light appeared on the lid, followed by a sword mark. "Impossible!" Xianxia roared. What kind of sword was that? One had to know that this sword had no divine force or cosmic force. It was purely a strange force, one that even he had never seen before. Unfortunately, he did not have time to think too much. Because Lin Ling's sword had already chopped off his head. Xianxia stood there, blood spurting out from his head like a fountain. The surrounding battles stopped. The gods surrounding Longyang and the rest were all trembling. They were completely frightened. This person's strength was actually stronger than Longyang and the rest. It was also an unknown force, but its attack was obviously much stronger. You don't know the meaning of death. Longyang and Xiaoluan laughed disdainfully. Lin Ling's world was ranked among the top among the world hosts. How could these people block it? At this moment, Lin Ling slashed out again. A few more gods surrounding Longyang and the rest died. It was a simple sword, but it killed them easily. In the distant hall, the battles stopped one by one. Everyone's expression was solemn. They had never seen such a technique before. After all, they had seen many people fighting above their level. However, it was rare to see someone killing someone one level higher so easily. Who is that person? I don't know. He's following those two women. I know one of them. I think she's called Longyang. Her battle strength is very strong. Could it be the legendary Lin Ling? Impossible. Lin Ling has white hair. White hair is his signature. That person doesn't have white hair. Moreover, gods won't change their appearance easily unless there's an unforeseen event. That's true. If it's Lin Ling, he won't change his white hair so easily. However, who is he? Many people were discussing spiritedly. Looking at Longyang and the rest, they had also finished off their opponents. Then the three of them left. The hall was still silent. Everyone looked at the three figures with mixed feelings. Longyang, where are the Yellow Emperor and the rest? After Lin Ling and the others left, they entered a hall filled with secret chambers. But at this moment, the secret chambers were empty. All the treasures had been plundered clean. We'll arrive after passing this place. There's a huge palace in front of us. We have to pass by it, Longyang said. After a long time, they arrived at a palace. There were many people in the palace. They were waiting there as if they were waiting for something. There's only one door in this palace. It opens after a certain period of time. The last time I separated from them, it was through this door. They went in first. Longyang pointed at the front of the palace and said, there were ancient walls there. A huge bronze door that was 50 meters tall sat there. A large number of gods were waiting there quietly as if they were queuing up. Some of these gods were itinerant cultivators, while others were members of the celestial race. Lin Ling saw the gods of the rotten race. They were gathered in a corner. Their auras were extremely cold. No one dared to approach them within 100 meters of them. Apart from them, there was also the 9 conch race. Their signature was the conch. Of course, although Lin Ling had a grudge against them, he didn't plan to touch them for the time being. He was afraid that he would waste time and miss the opening of the door. The door is probably opening soon, Longyang said. She also saw the gods of the rotten race. However, her thoughts were the same as Lin Ling's. Chapter 5286. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After all, the door closed quickly after it opened. If they missed it, they would have to wait. The longer they waited, the more danger Yellow Emperor and the others would be in. Lin Ling's group also lined up and took a corner. Of course, the gods behind them were dissatisfied, but seeing Lin Ling's group's resolute attitude, they did not say anything. At the same time, more and more gods arrived. They were the ones who had just entered the palace. Their gazes were constantly searching for a spot. They wanted to enter the depths as soon as possible. After all, most of the dragon stones at the back had been plundered. Only by going deeper would they be able to obtain more. Those three. Suddenly, someone stared at Lin Ling's group. Seeing that there were only 3 of them, he started eyeing them covetously. Generally speaking, a team of 3 would not dare to occupy a spot. They could only follow behind the crowd and take a share of the loot. There were at least a dozen or so gods who were qualified to occupy a spot, and they were all very powerful. Seems like our luck is not bad. That god sneered. He was tall and carried a huge hammer on his back. The hammer was clearly not ordinary, as it had a thick aura of earth. This meant that his universe was related to Earth. However, he was not a member of the deity race and did not have a godly body. He took a step forward, wanting to snatch a spot. Bullhammer, you're crazy. However, an arm pulled him back and reminded him with a serious expression. He was a white-haired, bald old man who looked like a drunkard. Of course, there were indeed several wine gourds hanging on his body. Wine Mountain Old Ghost? That tall and sturdy god frowned. What do you mean? Go if you don't want to die. That old man sneered. Not long ago, you didn't see the battle in the first hall. These three fought against a dozen deities and early-stage giant gods. One of them was Xianxia. You know Xianxia, right? He was about to enter the top 100 on the 6th floor. In the end, he was killed with a single strike. Chichi. That tall and sturdy god sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew Xianxia, who was as strong as him. If the battle had dragged on, he would have lost. If such a person was killed with a single strike, what would happen to him? The result could be imagined. So powerful? The expressions of the other gods changed drastically as well. Of course. Now that the dragon's tomb has opened, gods and demons from every corner of the 6th level have rushed here. It's not like before. You will never know how strong your opponents are. The old man took a sip of wine and said, his previous slash didn't have any power at all. With just that slash, all of Xianxia's tricks were broken. Moreover, the others were also killed by him with a single slash. I have never seen anyone fight above their level so easily. It's like drinking water. Hearing this, everyone subconsciously took a step back. They didn't even dare to look at Lin Ling, afraid that they would get into trouble. They could all imagine how terrifying that sword was. It could be said to have determined life and death, severed the universe. Looks like no one dares to approach their location. Many people secretly shook their heads. Following that, more and more people walked in. Sweeping across the entire palace, he discovered that most of them were teams of more than 10 people. There were very few teams of 2s and 3s. Even if there were, they were formed by a total of 5 late-stage deities. On the contrary, Lin Ling's team had the lowest cultivation level. However, the people who entered were not fools. Seeing that no one dared to approach, they could vaguely guess what was going on. Hee, you finally rushed in. At this moment, laughter could be heard. The voice was very loud. One could see a handsome male bringing several women into the palace. This male seemed to be a deity. The few women were strange too. They came from all sorts of backgrounds. Some were from the Silver Moon clan, and some were from the Nine Conch clan. Generally speaking, their statuses and strengths were very strong. It's him, Hai Han. Some people recognized the man and quietly took a step back. They knew that this was an expert ranked over 60 within the top 100 experts of the 6th level. Hai Han. At this moment, another cold shout could be heard. Several figures walked into the palace, and they were all powerful existences at the middle stage cosmos giant god realm. And these people looked very young. One of them was short and wore a loose long robe. His body was emitting a fishy smell, and he was carrying an enormous gourd on his back. This gourd was full of moss, and there were flies flying around it. This indicated that this person was a deity from the rot race. That is a dirty gourd? A lightning crow from the rot race. Someone recognized that short and small teenager, and his expression changed slightly. That was because this was another expert ranked within the top 100. What was going on today? Why did so many top 100 experts suddenly appear? Their appearance had undoubtedly dimmed the entire palace by quite a bit. Nobody dared to speak. Even some of the 5-man teams that had deities at the late-stage cosmos giant god realm narrowed their eyes with solemn expressions. The top 100 experts were too formidable. They were all overlords amongst the deities. Ordinary deities could not afford to offend them. Lightning Crow, you're here too. The male called Hai Han looked over coldly. It could be seen that he did not get along with the male called Lightning Crow. And those who were in the know knew that they had fought more than 100 battles on the 6th level. Every time they fought, the heavens would fall and the earth would crack. Only the giant owl of the 6th level could appear to suppress them. After all, every time they fought, the people in the vicinity would be plunged into misery and suffering. Countless deities would be implicated. The Great Hall was very quiet. Only the top 100 experts from the two sides were talking. Shut up, all of you. So noisy. But at this moment, a cold voice was suddenly heard. Most importantly, this voice did not come from the two top 100 experts. Everyone looked around and suddenly realized that the one who spoke was a three-man team. It was the three-man team that had deities at the early stage cosmos giant god realm. Crazy. These two words floated in everyone's mind. And the top 100 experts from the two sides all looked towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling. Long Yang and the rest frowned quietly. They did not expect Lin Ling to suddenly speak. They all have enmity with us. And I've seen that it will take 6 hours for the door to open. Lin Ling said indifferently. 6 hours? Long Yang and the rest felt that this short period of time was not enough to resolve anything. If they were dragged down, then they would miss the opportunity to enter the door. But they did not know that to Lin Ling, this was enough. And the reason why Lin Ling spoke was firstly because he had just broken through and wanted to see his own strength. Secondly, the top 100 experts were all from the deity's race. There was no need for him to give face to them. You were talking to us just now? At the same time, Hai Han looked at Lin Ling coldly. He had his hands behind his back, and there was a cold aura around him. Everyone took a step back quietly, afraid that they would be implicated. What do you think? Lin Ling also looked over and said indifferently, I don't care if you're in the top 100 or not. I only know that you're very noisy after you enter. Either you shut up or you die. You can choose between the two. Hai Han's eyes narrowed. Lightning Crow's eyes narrowed too. The two of them simultaneously emitted a pressure that could crush one's soul. It was as if they could topple mountains and overturn seas, suppressing Lin Ling. The two of them did not expect this strange man to be so arrogant. Not only did he interrupt them, he even gave them two choices. But these two choices were equivalent to death. When did their status as the top 100 experts on the 6th floor become so lowly? Chapter 5287. You don't know the meaning of death. The beauties beside Han shouted. The top 100 were on the 6th floor. Other than the big shots from the various god clans, who else were they afraid of? This strange male actually dared to reprimand the top 100 because of a ruckus? He must be tired of living. How long until the door opens? Lightning Crow looked at the distant ancient door. 3 hours. That's the shortest. See, guessed. Han looked carefully and guessed. If you and I were to fight in 3 hours, we might not be able to determine the victor. But this brat, I'm afraid it'll only take an incense's time. Lightning Crow caressed the huge gourd behind him. You mean you'll do it? C asked. Han sneered. Fine, I'll do it. But when I attack, you won't sneak attack me, right? Lightning Crow scorned. But will it be useful? See it? Han shook his head. The beauties behind him couldn't help but laugh. That brat was merely a deity initial stage universe giant god. How long would he need to deal with him? One incense was enough. Even if Si Han sneak attacked, it wouldn't affect Lightning Crow. Stop fighting, let's all attack together. But at this moment, a cold shout interrupted Si Han and the rest's conversation. This time, everyone's eyes were on Lin Ling. This brat is really courting death. What's his background? Why is he so arrogant? Even a deity late-stage universe giant god expert frowned. They felt that Lin Ling was courting death. They knew the strength of the top 100. Even if they attacked, they wouldn't be able to last long. That brat killed Xianxia with one sword. He really thinks he's invincible. Xianxia isn't even in the top 100. He can't be compared at all. Those who knew Lin Ling shook their heads inwardly. It was normal for deities to charge forward bravely. But to think he was invincible after defeating one, this was blind confidence. Attack together? Si Han and Lightning Crow looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with anger. They had seen arrogant people before, but this was the first time. Lightning Crow, let me do it. At this moment, someone behind Lightning Crow couldn't hold back anymore. His deity energy, and he attacked Lin Ling. It was an old man in heavy armor. He held a large saber in his hand, and the wide saber was burning with flames. With a slash of the saber, it was as if the universe was about to be split apart. Brat, is it your turn to speak here? His thunderous roar resounded throughout the area. Those who were weaker only felt pain in their eardrums. The divine essence in their dantian was also surging. They were affected. "Let me do it," Lin Ling said to Longyang and the others as he raised his head to look at the saber in the sky. The power of a god had surpassed the 3 trillion mark, reaching 4 trillion. Once he knew that a late-stage deity giant cosmos god only had 3 trillion deity energy, while this person was merely a middle-stage deity realm universe giant god. No wonder he could enter the top 100. However, this kind of strength was really nothing to Lin Ling. He took a step forward and rushed into the sky. The universe of 4 realms appeared around his body, holding him firmly in place. The surface of the universe had the sun, moon, and stars, ancient and domineering. Boom rumble. The old man's saber had already arrived. The fusion of the power of a god and the flames was terrifying. However, when it slashed on Lin Ling's universe of 4 realms, there was a thunderous boom. The flames exploded, causing the top of the hall to be filled with scorching flames, rolling like an ocean. But soon, a figure flew out. It was Lin Ling. He still had the universe of 4 realms on his body, allowing him to be safe and sound. How is this possible? Elder Xing's mystic flame slash is something even a late-stage deity realm universe giant god wouldn't dare to take head-on. It's a universe. That brat's universe has reached the 4-star level. Hai Han and the others changed their disdainful expressions and frowned. "Brat, you are indeed quite capable." The elder in heavy armor was also slightly shocked. However, he sneered and waved his divine knife. It was as though he was stirring up heaven and earth. The entire ceiling of the celestial palace was filled with powerful slashes that attacked Lin Ling indiscriminately. Crazy! Who among the deities can block such a chaotic slash? Below the ground, everyone activated their power to protect themselves, afraid that they would be implicated by the terrifying slash. Hong hong hong. Looking at the sky again, deafening booms could be heard. Heavy sabers landed on Lin Ling's body, and the sea of fire became even more vigorous. But soon, a figure flew out again. It was Lin Ling. The universe of 4 realms on the surface of his body was still safe and sound. On the contrary, there were rings of 5-colored ripples flowing around, just like a 5-colored bubble. Most importantly, this seemingly weak bubble had actually blocked so many attacks. Is the universe of 4 realms really so strong? Lightning Crow and the others couldn't help but be shocked. After all, they didn't have a universe of 4 realms on them. However, they didn't know that Lin Ling's was not only a universe of 4 realms, but also a universe of the same level as the Tao Pagoda universe. Its limit was probably able to block 500 trillion deity energy. Previously, Lin Ling had actually tested the power of the universe of 4 realms, but the opponent was too weak and he couldn't find the limit. How is this possible? At this moment, the armored old man trembled. He held his saber, and his expression was extremely solemn. It made sense that the young man had blocked his saber, but the young man had also blocked hundreds and thousands of sabers before. This was abnormal. Could it be that the young man was an invincible existence in front of him? Thinking of this, the armored old man felt a chill in his heart. Facing an invincible expert in the top 100, this was too heaven-defying. Is that all you've got? At this time, Lin Ling flew over and grabbed with his big hand. The armored old man reacted and slashed with his saber, but it still slashed at Lin Ling's universe of 4 realms. It couldn't break through Lin Ling's defense at all. Not good. The armored old man roared again because Lin Ling's big hand had already reached him and suddenly grabbed his armor. With a crack, his armor was crushed. However, the strength of his arm didn't stop there. With a sudden pull, the armored old man's entire arm was forcibly pulled off, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Great. On the ground, everyone's expression changed drastically. It was too violent. A top 100 expert was easily crippled. Stop! At this time, Lightning Crow shouted in a low voice. The gourd in his hand floated up by itself and aimed at Lin Ling from afar. He's not someone you can touch. The armored old man was obviously one of Lightning Crow's men. Bang! Lin. As if he didn't hear anything, Ling punched the old man's head. It looked like an ordinary punch, but in fact, it carried Pangu's strength. With a crack, the old man's head exploded. Brain matter and blood gushed out. His entire head was smashed. His body fell to the ground. With a thump, it sounded like thunder in everyone's heart. Too brutal. A top 100 expert was killed with just a few punches and kicks. What kind of strength did this mysterious young man have? You're really courting death. Lightning Crow's face instantly darkened. Killing one of his men in front of him was a disgrace to him. Today, no matter who comes, you will die. Lightning Crow's murderous intent was aroused. A strong murderous intent. It had been a long time since he wanted to kill someone so badly. Even though he had killed quite a few not long ago, those were just casual killings. He didn't want to kill them. He holding the gourd behind him with both hands, the lid of the gourd quietly opened. Almost 500 trillion divine power filled the air, and a rotten wind blew out. It was a hot wind, but it was also extremely smelly. The hot wind was yellow in color. After it rushed out, it swept in all directions. Chapter 5288. Remember in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading. This was the divine body of Lightning Crow. Almost at the same time, cries of pain sounded from the ground. Wherever the hot wind passed, the faces and bodies of the gods were all corroded. Rotten flesh appeared, and there were even worms crawling on them. How terrifying! This kind of technique seemed to be able to ignore the power of gods and directly destroy the gods. No! Many people were shouting loudly, wanting to escape from the palace. Those who were stronger joined forces, activating their powerful divine power, joining hands to block the yellow hot wind. What kind of divine body is this? It's too powerful. Longyang and Xiaoluan walked together and were in a better situation than the others. After all, their defense was very strong. However, they were shocked by Lightning Crow's technique. The hot wind rolled and turned into a huge whirlpool that swept toward Lin Ling. Could Lin Ling's Death Realm universe block Lightning Crow's corrosive wind? Everyone was curious about this, but they felt that if the wind could ignore the power of gods, even the power of the universe would not be able to block it. You overestimate yourself. Lightning Crow held the gourd with both hands and pointed the mouth of the gourd at Lin Ling. At this time, a dazzling light appeared in Lin Ling's hand. It was the sword of faith. He shot it out and the long sword slashed. The dazzling sword light cut through the corrosive wind. It was terrifying. One had to know that it was wind. How could wind be cut through? Lightning Crow's pupils constricted. He had fought hundreds of millions of battles and made a name for himself in the top 100 circle, but this was the first time he had encountered such a thing. But at this time, a sword came and slashed on his gourd. With a crack, the gourd cracked and then shattered. Then, under countless gazes, it exploded into pieces and scattered on the ground. The yellow corrosive wind also disappeared in an instant. Lightning Crow was stunned on the spot. His corrosive wind was broken? One had to know that he had refined this gourd using his divine body for 100,000 years. When this gourd was formed, he was invincible in the 6th level, and he had made a name for himself in the top 100. No one had ever broken his gourd. That young man was the first. He suddenly looked up, but the sword light had already arrived and slashed down on his head. What kind of power is this? Lightning Crow felt that the sword was extremely strange. It was not the power of God or the power of the universe, but it gave him the feeling that it could cut through anything. Boom. Unfortunately, this was the only thought he had in his life. Because after the sword passed, his body seemed to have been torn apart from the left and right, and it was split into two from the middle. He didn't even make a sound before he was deader than dead. The corpse fell to the ground, causing a deathly silence in the palace. He died just like that? Everyone's eyes widened. The ending was completely different from what they had imagined. As for the rest of the top 100, their faces were trembling. They were filled with confusion, disbelief, and fear. Especially Hai Han, his heart felt like it was about to explode. One had to know that Lightning Crow's strength was on par with his. They had fought continuously for 3 years. Occasionally he would win, and occasionally Lightning Crow would win. Overall, they were evenly matched. Therefore, although he appeared to be unconvinced by Lightning Crow, he still acknowledged Lightning Crow's strength. But now, the Lightning Crow was killed just like that. It died so easily, just like an ant. How could he accept this? He suddenly looked at Lin Ling, his heart beating rapidly. Who was this young man? His strength was too heaven-defying. He searched his mind, but among the top 100 on the 6th floor, there was no unfamiliar face at all. Shut up! Lin Ling waved his sword and said disdainfully. His eyes suddenly looked at Hai Han, and he pointed his sword at him. It's your turn. The beauties behind Hai Han were so frightened that they did not dare to speak. Their delicate faces were filled with respect. Hai Han also did not dare to move. There was only one sentence in his mind. Could he block the young man's sword? This sentence kept lingering in his mind, and finally turned into powerlessness. I was reckless before. I apologize. He cupped his hands and bowed his head. How could he dare to fight? Even if he fought, he would probably end up the same as Lightning Crow. He was not stupid. This is still the top 100? Everyone was in disbelief. Previously, when Hai Han and the rest came, they were arrogant and talked loudly. Only the mysterious young man dared to refute them, which made Hai Han and the rest furious. They wanted to teach the mysterious young man a lesson. However, when facing the top 100, the mysterious young man was invincible. He killed one person in the Four-Realm universe, and when facing the powerful Lightning Crow, he only used 2 moves. One cut the wind, and the other cut the Lightning Crow. Everything was that simple. It could be said that his strength was unparalleled. When such powerful strength was displayed, even someone as strong as Hai Han could only bow his head and bow his head. Awesome! Many people laughed when they saw this scene. They felt extremely happy. After all, they were also unhappy with the top 100, but the mysterious young man was the only one who stood up for them. He suppressed the top 100 and forced them to admit defeat. This is the style of a divine emperor. An old man exclaimed, remembering the young man's face. Apologize? At this time, Lin Ling finally spoke. His eyes swept across Hai Han and the rest. Hai Han and the beauties behind him all lowered their heads, not daring to look at Lin Ling's eyes. It's useless. You still have to die. However, Lin Ling said disdainfully. I've already apologized. You still want to kill me? Hai Han seemed to not believe his ears. He was a god of the Myriad Sea clan and a figure in the top 100. Do I need to pick a day to kill you? Lin Ling said disdainfully. Without further ado, he raised his sword and charged toward Hai Han. Hai Han's mind was buzzing. He still could not believe it. How dare you? Seeing that Lin Ling was really coming for him, he finally roared and activated all his godly energy. His godly body appeared and turned into a shell. This shell was extremely beautiful. Its surface was covered with pearls and jade, like an exquisite work of art. At this moment, it was slowly ticking. The light of the pearls shot out. 36 hold God Abalone. Someone shouted. This was a characteristic of the Myriad Sea clan and also their body. The stronger one was, the more holdout they had. It was said that the strongest of the Myriad Sea clan, Myriad Sea ancestor, had 81 holdout holes. No wonder he could enter the top 100. I reckon he's invincible among the late-stage universe giant gods. Someone else said. However, Lin Ling did not even look at the shell. He also slashed out with his sword. The gorgeous shell was immediately cut in half. The hard shell was like butter meeting a hot knife, fusing together. Hai Han shouted 3 times. Although he knew that Lin Ling's sword was very strong, he did not expect it to be so strong that it could kill his godly body so easily. Stop nagging! Lin Ling swung his sword again. Before Hai Han could react, the sword had already taken Hai Han's life. Put on. Hai Han fell from the sky like the Lightning Crow. He died with his eyes wide open. Perhaps they would never have thought that an expert of the top 100 would die in the hands of an ordinary-looking young man. Most importantly, the young man killed them like killing chickens. It was too easy to look at. Who else wants to make a ruckus? Lin Ling put away his sword and looked at everyone present. Everyone was silent. Even someone as strong as the top 100 had been killed. What right did they have to speak? As expected, he didn't even need 6 hours. Longyang saw Lin Ling's expression and worshipped him. It seemed that their lord's strength had greatly increased. It would be much easier for him to help the Yellow Emperor. Chapter 5289. The hall of the palace was very quiet. All the gods were silent as they looked at Lin Ling with fear. Those top 100 who had spoken carelessly were now hidden in the crowd. Just even Lightning Crow Haihan was killed. What else did they dare to say? And, moreover, that mysterious youth seemed to have no fear of killing anyone. His actions could be said to be unscrupulous. Lin Ling walked back and started chatting with Longyang and the rest. Lin Ling, your strength has improved so much. Sir, I'm afraid that even a late-stage universe giant god wouldn't be your match now. Longyang and Xiaoluan said with admiration. They seemed to be even happier than Lin Ling. After all, the stronger Lin Ling was, the safer they would be. They would also have enough time to grow stronger. Lin Ling was their leader. Should be. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. However, he was still not fully familiar with his own strength. He only knew that the lady who owned the Four Directions prison was a formidable opponent. As for the others, they were just SOSO. They were chatting, the ground suddenly shook. Large amounts of broken stones fell from the roof of the palace. Their eyes lit up instantly. It's finally open! Someone shouted in alarm. The door of this palace needed a very long time to open and close quickly. Most importantly, this was the only door that led to the depths. Now, the dragon stones behind the palace were all dug up. Naturally, people wanted to go deeper and reap more rewards. Dense fog rushed out from the huge door, and the huge door slowly opened. It's open! Mother was also happy. She led Lin Ling forward. Inside everywhere they passed, no one dared to object. People even made way for them. To many people, Lin Ling and the rest were already special cases. They could enter as they pleased. Not long after, Lin Ling and the rest disappeared through the door. At this time, people scrambled to enter, and some even started fighting. However, these things had nothing to do with Lin Ling and the rest. After Lin Ling and the rest entered, they found that it was as if they had arrived at the center of the 18 Dragon Mountains. It was very big inside, and the lighting was dim, but it was rich with spiritual energy. How was this place like a cave? It was more like a wild land. In the distance, a fierce battle was faintly discernible. It seemed that this place was even more chaotic than he had imagined. Longyang's gaze swept across the area and discovered that the ground was littered with dragonstones. Although they were only first-grade dragonstones, such precious items could be seen everywhere. This meant that there were many, many dragonstones here. Looks like this is a place similar to a mine. Lin Ling also saw something. Moreover, there are many experts gathered here. Mineral veins? Xiaoluan cried out in surprise. No wonder the battle here was so intense. It turned out that this was the place where the treasures were hidden. If he could find an ore vein, he would be rich. The Yellow Emperor and the others have been detected. Let's hurry over. After that, Lin Ling smiled happily. Wai Longyang and the others also sensed something and hurriedly followed behind Lin Ling. On the other side, a large number of people had gathered in front of a huge mine. There were more than 100,000 of them. They were guarding the mine because they had discovered that there were large amounts of dragonstones within. Looking at them, they looked exhausted, and many of them were injured. It seemed that they had experienced many battles. Yellow Emperor, I'm afraid you will have to hand over this mine. On the other side, there was also a large group of experts. Their origins were extraordinary. There were experts from the deity race, and there were also unaffiliated cultivators. All of them were extremely powerful. Of course, there was no need to mention the strength of the deities who could enter this place. Old Man Qingyun. The Yellow Emperor and the other ancient emperors were looking at an old man. That person was wearing a loose robe. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and he had the demeanor of a transcendent being. They naturally recognized this person. In the ancient era, he was an ordinary deity. However, after the great calamity of the world will, his strength soared and greatly surpassed them. Such as today, his strength was that of a late-stage deity giant cosmos god. Furthermore, he was stronger than the average deity. His deity energy had already reached 500 trillion units. Furthermore, after the Yellow Emperor and the others entered this place, they had clashed with Old Man Qingyun, but in the end, most of them failed. More importantly, other than Old Man Qingyun, there were other deity races eyeing them covetously. These people weren't just after the mine, but to kill them. Among them were the Silver Moon clan, the Myriad Sea clan, the Rot clan, and the Nine Conch clan. These were their great enemies. In fact, if they were in the 18 Dragon Mountains, they wouldn't be afraid of these people. After all, they could break up and defeat their opponents one by one. But here, the other deity races had gathered together. After joining forces, how could they be a match for them? And in this sky, they had already fought several battles. If they hadn't escaped quickly, they would have been wiped out. But now it was hard for them to escape. Even if they gave up the mine, it would be hard for them to escape. Several deity races eyeing us covetously, and there are experts like Old Man Qingyun. Lei Gong whispered to the Yellow Emperor. Yellow Emperor, the Yellow Emperor, Emperor Shun, and the others had gloomy expressions. In fact, their people had scattered. For example, Saint Yi, Green Bamboo, and Ho Yusheng weren't present. Of course, there was still Lin Ling, Long Yang, and the others. Otherwise, they might not have been at a disadvantage. And Yellow Emperor's strongest forces were the three ancient emperors, Lei Gong, Taoist Many Treasures, Pure Lady Whitewater, and Treasure God Nan Wolfenyu. Only this was simply not enough to resist. I asked you to hand over the mine, and you didn't listen. Do you really want to die? Old Man Qingyun shouted again. Yellow Emperor, you were my senior in the past, but now, you are merely a middle-stage deity realm cosmos giant god. To this old man, you are just a junior. Of course, it's not that this old man doesn't care about our past relationship. Leave immediately and I won't touch you. Hearing that, the Yellow Emperor and the others fell silent. Would everything be fine if they left? Green Old Man Qingyun didn't make a move, but that didn't mean the other deity races wouldn't. No matter how they looked at it, they were doomed. It was better to fight to the death. It seems you have overestimated yourself and are sending yourself to death. Green Emperor said. Old Man Qingyun saw that the Yellow Emperor didn't speak and immediately guessed what he was thinking. Then let's see if you have the strength. Old Man Qingyun's deity energy exploded, reaching 500 trillion. Even among the deity realm giant gods, he was in existence as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Master's Eye, this was already half a step away from becoming a ruler. As for a ruler, that was a great god who could rule over all life in the universe, including deities. Rumble. Old Man Qingyun's huge hand slapped down. He didn't use any superfluous abilities because he didn't need them. Deity energy was the foundation of everything. Sir Yellow Emperor. Ignoring their shouts, they wanted to protect the Yellow Emperor. However, a powerful pressure pressed down on them, causing them to be unable to move a single step. Difference, the gap was simply too great. At the Tao realm, they were giants. But in the latter half of the Tao pagoda, they were as weak as ants. The Yellow Emperor gritted his teeth and activated all his deity energy, turning it into a rolling yellow river to resist Old Man Qingyun's huge hand. And Lei Gong and Taoist Master of Many Treasures also activated their world willpower. Together with the other experts, they formed a powerful force that rushed towards the sky. Chapter 5290. Memorized in 1 second. Exciting, no pop-up window, free reading. Interesting, but you're still ants. Old Man Qingyun was inwardly shocked. Lei Gong and the others were not deity realm giant gods, yet they were able to break his attack by working together. Of course, it was just barely. Let's see how long you can block me. Old Man Qingyun growled. Many ancient Song mountains appeared around them. There were 18 of them, seemingly imitating the essence of the 18 Dragon Mountains. These Song mountains emitted a sacred aura, suppressing Lei Gong and the others like 18 ancestral dragons. Even deity realm giant gods can't block the combined power of our world willpower. This person is clearly not an ordinary late-stage deity. Lei Gong and the others had solemn expressions as they resisted the 18 Song mountains in the sky. Yellow Emperor, you're really a piece of trash. You summoned the tomb to fight me, yet you can't shake me even if you work together with them. Old man Qin Yun looked at Yellow Emperor with disdain. His huge hand continued slapping down, intending to give Yellow Emperor a ruthless slap. In fact, he had once paid a visit to Yellow Emperor in the ancient era, wanting to study the Great Tao. However, he had a violent temperament at that time, and an accident happened during his visit. In the end, he was ruthlessly slapped by Yellow Emperor and chased away. At that time, old man Qin Yun's heart burned with anger. He had lost all face, but Yellow Emperor was a famous person at that time. What could he do? He could only suppress the shame in his heart. He had never thought that he would have the chance to take revenge after so many years. He had been waiting for this slap for a very long time. Sir Yellow Emperor. Old man Qin Yun, you dare. They knew about old man Qin Yun's past and knew that he was using his position to avenge a private grudge. But even if they were angry, it was useless. They could not resist old man Qin Yun. That slap would most likely be a sure thing. Pitiful. The various deity clans were watching a good show. With the deities of the Silver Moon Clan, the Rotten Clan, and the Myriad Sea Clan as the leaders, there were 3 main deity clans. Long. This slap went straight for the Yellow Emperor's face, sweeping everything in its path and unstoppable. However, at this moment, a punch came from afar. This terrifying punch had the power to destroy everything in its path. It actually shattered the 18 Gray Mountains with a single punch. It was as if the universe had been shattered. Old man Qin Yun's palm collided with old man Qin Yun's palm in midair. Who is it? Everyone's expression changed drastically, especially the 3 god clans. They all frowned. The strength of this person seemed to be quite impressive. At the same time, a figure appeared in front of the Yellow Emperor. It was a man in a blue and white robe. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and he had a huge sword hanging from his back. This figure was extremely familiar to the Yellow Emperor and the others, because this person was also the true leader of this powerful force of theirs. Lin Ling. The Yellow Emperor and the others all roared loudly. The familiar white hair, the broad greatsword, all of this was proof. Everyone were back. At the same time, Longyang and Xiaolun flew over excitedly. Lin Ling, Longyang, Xiaolun. Lei Gong looked at the 3 of them happily. His eyes were a little moist. Especially when he looked at Lin Ling, his lips curled into an excited smile. The main reason was that Lin Ling had disappeared for too long. I'm back. At this moment, Lin Ling looked at the Yellow Emperor and the others and smiled. He was now at full strength. His innate talents had fused, so he had returned to his white hair appearance. Meanwhile, Lin Ling's power of divinity had already reached the level of 150 trillion. His physical strength was 50 trillion. Together, it was 2 million. If he fused his innate talents, it would reach 400 trillion. In addition to Pangu's powerful physical strength, it was not difficult for him to resist old man Qin Yun's attack. Most importantly, Lin Ling was now only at full strength. He still had trump cards that he had not used. For example, Lin Ling's universe's 3 extremes break, and the will of the world. Lin Ling. Almost at the same time, the 3 divine tribes looked coldly at Lin Ling. Their divine tribe's greatest enemy was here? In fact, the various divine tribes had been looking for Lin Ling all this time. However, Lin Ling had been hiding in the 18 Dragon Mountains. Later, someone said that Lin Ling had entered the Dragon Tomb. However, they did not see him after entering. This caused them to miss the opportunity. Although Lin Ling was extremely famous on the 6th level, to them, that was all. They just did not see him. Great, they're all here. We can catch them all in one fell swoop. Looks like luck is on our side. The experts of the 3 divine tribes were very happy. They felt that this was a gift from the heavens. Then, they looked at old man Qin Yun and felt that this person's luck was extremely good. He had a chance to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling, Be careful of them. At this time, Yellow Emperor and the others calmed down and immediately warned. They had not seen Linling for a long time. They did not know how strong Linling was, but if it was the same as the last time they met, Linling would not be a match for Old Man Qing Yun. This person was in the top 100 of the 6th level and was ranked in the top 50. The so-called top 100 was excluding the leaders of the various divine tribes. Only those who had cultivated on the 6th level for 1,000 years were qualified to be in the top 100. The experts who passed through the 6th level could not be in the top 100. After all, they would leave the 6th level soon. Them. At this moment, Linling slowly turned to look at Old Man Qing Yun and the others. The experts of the various divine tribes sneered. Their eyes were full of mockery as if Linling was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. They even thought that Linling would be having a headache facing so many strong people at the moment. Old Man Qing Yun. Someone shouted at Old Man Qing Yun. What he meant was, Old Man Qing Yun, your chance has come. You're Linling. Old Man Qing Yun frowned as he looked at Linling. You have a problem with that? Linling sneered. He was ready for a big battle. What happened before was a misunderstanding. I was just passing by. Since everyone is fine, this has nothing to do with me. Old Man Qing Yun immediately said. What he said directly stunned everyone. Even the Yellow Emperor was stunned. Old Man Qing Yun was so domineering and invincible. But now, he seemed to be cutting ties. One had to know that the Yellow Emperor and the others were ready for a big battle. Old Man Qing Yun. The gods of the 3 divine tribes widened their eyes in disbelief. Old Man Qing Yun was so powerful. Linling dared to go against his will. Shouldn't he be furious and kill Linling? It has nothing to do with you? Linling frowned. Yes. It has nothing to do with me. I'm not a member of the divine tribes. I'm just an itinerant cultivator. This has nothing to do with me. Old Man Qing Yun nodded. In fact, he felt extremely helpless. After all, his previous attack seemed simple. In fact, he had used 80% of his strength. However, Linling had broken through it with one punch. The difference between them was obvious. If they were to fight, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. It would be strenuous and unrewarding. He wasn't stupid enough to get into trouble for no reason. Old Man Qing Yun. Seeing Old Man Qing Yun admitted himself, the 3 divine tribes cursed. However, Old Man Qing Yun ignored them and was about to leave. Did I say you could leave? Linling suddenly stopped Old Man Qing Yun. I don't care if you have anything to do with this. Anyway, all of you will die. Chapter 5291. What did you say? Old Man Qing Yun's eyes widened. He felt as if he had misheard something. He had at least humbled himself in front of Linling. Moreover, although he was afraid of Linling, it didn't mean that he couldn't win against Linling. In his opinion, Linling might be stronger than him, but not by much. If he joined forces with the other god tribes, it was hard to say who would win. Linling, don't push your luck. A corner dog will jump over a wall. Don't push it too far. Old Man Qing Yun said coldly. The Yellow Emperor and the others' expressions changed. Although they hated Old Man Qing Yun, he was right. If they pushed their luck, it would be like a corner dog jumping over a wall. With their current situation, they should let Old Man Qing Yun leave. Then, they would have one less great enemy. They couldn't help but look at Linling, hoping that Linling would reconsider. Linling was still staring at Old Man Qing Yun. He said indifferently, push my luck? Are you even human? You're just a dog. A corner dog jumping over a wall is indeed suitable to describe you. Old Man Qing Yun couldn't hold it in anymore. The other god tribes were also very surprised. This Linling was really arrogant. Luo, stop blabbering. Linling didn't care to talk too much nonsense. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand, and his divine power and physical strength surged into the sword. Terrifying killing intent surged, turning into a physical form, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Old Man Qing Yun looked around and saw that the other god tribes didn't make a move. Instead, they looked at him indifferently. He couldn't help but stare at Linling, and the anger on his face grew stronger. P. Lin Ling, do you really want to fight? P. Even if Lin Ling said something nice, old man Qing Yun would find a way out. Peach, however, Lin Ling didn't. P. Damn it. Peach, he was clearly in a difficult position, but the dignity of a god-level giant universe god could not be disgraced. P. Fine, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. P. Old man Qing Yun controlled the 18 Song Mountains to revolve around him. The dense mist that filled the sky gushed out from the Tsang Mountains like 18 ancestral dragons. Peach, his power of divinity had reached the level of 500 trillion. P. Come on. Peach, however, even though he had unleashed his full strength, he did not immediately attack. He was still hoping that Lin Ling would be able to sense his strength and refrain from attacking him. P. After all, he really didn't want to fight. He even felt that even if he won, he would have to pay a great price. Peach, however, Lin Ling did not hesitate at all. He held the Tyrant Song sword and charged forward with killing intent. Ping, now that he had fused his innate talents, his power of divinity had reached 150 trillion, and his physical strength had reached 50 trillion. After fusing his innate talents, his power had reached 400 trillion. P. Although it was not comparable to old man Qing Yun's 500 trillion, his physical strength could be used to attack and defend. It was stronger than the power of divinity. It was not difficult for him to fight against 500 trillion. Peach, he slashed out with his sword and slashed the 18 Song Mountains. P. Die. P. Old man Qing Yun was desperate. He had no choice but to fight. He pushed with both hands and the 18 Song Mountains rotated and charged toward Lin Ling. P. However, Lin Ling's power of the universe appeared and blocked the 18 Song Mountains with difficulty. P. The 18 Song Mountains collided with Lin Ling's universe. Golden stars shot out in all directions like the collapse of the sun and moon. However, it could not cause any damage to Lin Ling. P. What? P. Old man Qing Yun's expression changed greatly. He thought that Lin Ling was strong because of his power of divinity. Who would have thought that the power of the universe was so terrifying? P. It was probably within the scope of the Four Realms universe. P. At that moment, Lin Ling slashed with his sword and a ferocious power bloomed in the air. Initially, he was barely able to block old man Qing Yun's 18 mountains, but after this slash, the 18 mountains were cut apart. The 18 mountains that looked like ancestral dragons fell from the sky and completely collapsed. Then, Lin Ling slashed out more than 10 times. The 18 Song Mountains were separated and their tails could not be connected. Their power was greatly reduced. Old man Qing Yun looked at this scene with his mouth agape. One must know that he was one of the top 100 in the 6th floor. His strength could be considered to be above average in the 6th floor. However, Lin Ling only needed to slash out a dozen times and his powerful means were like paper. The gap was so big that it could be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. Wait a minute. This time, old man Qing Yun was finally willing to bow down. Shio. Peach, however, a sword slashed down, followed by a deafening roar. Old man Qing Yun's body was slashed apart by the sword and his murderous aura wreaked havoc. Almost at this moment, the people from the various god clans felt their hearts skip a beat. Too strong. Peach, he was different from the Lin Ling they imagined. What should we do? Peach, they looked at each other and hesitation appeared in their eyes. Lin Ling is the enemy of all the god clans. Whoever can kill him will be greatly rewarded. Why don't we fight it out? It's just that his combat power can easily kill a late-stage deity giant cosmos god. Previously he might have used his full strength. After this attack, his combat power will be greatly reduced. So, if we don't test it out, how can we be satisfied? Okay, let's fight. All the god clans looked at Lin Ling. There were the Silver Moon clan, the Myriad Sea clan, the Nine Conch clan, and the Rot clan. Of course, there were other clans, but they were not the main force. For example, the Ceiling Cave clan and the Mountain Push Party. They interfered in this matter because they wanted to get a share of the loot. Greater than a deafening roar could be heard. All the god clans made their moves. They were the oldest god clans in the universe. They had powerful godly bodies and were the strongest clans in the world. After joining forces, Their strength increased greatly. No wonder they did not retreat even after Lin Ling killed the Green Mountain Elder. They did have the ability to do so. Lin Ling, we will help you. Greater than the Yellow Emperor and the others also used their full strength. They knew that their survival depended on this moment. Okay. Lin Ling looked at the densely packed experts rushing into the sky. His blood was boiling. It had been a long time since he accompanied the Yellow Emperor and the others to battle. Lin Ling shouted and took the lead to charge into the God Clan's camp. He was the leader of the Yellow Emperor and the others. At this moment he naturally took the lead. As expected, when they saw Lin Ling's imposing manner, everyone laughed excitedly and used 120% of their strength. The sword in Lin Ling's hand quietly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already the Sword of Faith. The dazzling light made the leaders of the various god clans dizzy. They could not see Lin Ling's figure clearly. Blood spurted out. The Sword of Faith and the fusion of his talent were even more terrifying than before. Who could block it? Greater than one of the leaders of the Nine Conch clan wanted to join forces with everyone. In the end, he saw Lin Ling's sword coming at him. When he reacted, he was already killed. Everyone, join forces? The leader of the Silver Moon clan roared. He realized that Lin Ling's strength was still increasing. They had made a mistake in their estimation. The dazzling sword came again. This time, it slashed at another leader. This person was the leader of the Myriad Sea clan. However, he reacted instantly and used his godly body to transform into an island in the sea. It had to be said that this leader's godly body was incomparably powerful. In addition to his own universe, the sea appeared in the sky in the blink of an eye. In the rolling sea, the island sat there. Holy and magnificent. Lin Ling's sword slashed over. The sea was split open, the island was directly cut in half, and even the universe was cut in half by the sword. The leader's eyes widened. His all-out attack couldn't even withstand a single blow? Could it be that Lin Ling's strength was more than twice as strong as theirs? // Mobile version of reading website frowny face bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 5292. Why is he so different from what the rumors say? The leader of the Myriad Sea clan kept shaking his head. He always felt that the person in front of him was not Lin Ling. After all, the Lin Ling he knew did not have such strength. Myriad Hunyu, be careful. At this moment, an anxious voice came to his ears, which made the leader of the Myriad Sea clan react. In front of his eyes, a sword came slashing down furiously like the peak of the universe. World willpower. At this moment, the leader finally reacted. But it was a little too late. He was killed by the sword. In the blink of an eye, 2 leaders died, and they were both late-stage universe gods. Everyone be careful. Attack Lin Ling with all your strength. The remaining leaders trembled, and a terrifying godly energy burst out. It was as if they could destroy the heavens and earth, and all of them rushed toward Lin Ling. They were all late-stage universe gods, and when they joined forces, they were indeed fierce. This energy rushed out, forming a huge white shock wave that rushed toward Lin Ling at an incomparably fast speed. Lin Ling blocked with the Sword of Faith in front of him, and he activated all his strength. The impact of several late-stage universe gods joining forces is indeed strong. Lin Ling was also constantly sensing his limits. With all his godly energy fused, the Sword of Faith and the powerful Lin Ling universe, he could resist the joint forces of several universe gods. However, they were still evenly matched. The part favorite Lin Ling could still unleash a trump card. And this trump card was the Universe 3 Extremes Break and the Square Prison, especially the Square Prison, which was Lin Ling's strongest trump card now. Good, Lin Ling can't resist for much longer. Seeing this, the leaders of the Fang God clan were all shocked. They were already thinking about what would happen after they killed Lin Ling. If they succeeded, their names would be recorded in history, and they would become heroes of the various god clans. This Lin Ling is worthy of being called an outstanding figure among the world will hosts. He actually forced several great leaders to join hands at the same time. In other directions, the battle was also ongoing. It was the battle between the other divine races and the Yellow Emperor's group. However, when they saw Lin Ling block the huge shockwave with a single sword, their hearts turned heavy. If he wasn't mistaken, the current Lin Ling was merely an early-stage deity cosmos giant god. What would happen if he reached the late stage? His strength was simply unimaginable. Therefore, Lin Ling had to die. Otherwise, there would be no end of trouble in the future. What an intense battle! In the distance, many gods were passing by, and when they saw this scene, their bodies and minds trembled. Too strong, so strong that it was beyond their imagination. This was probably the rarest battle in the 6th level. Lin Ling, you're dead for sure. Some of the leaders of the celestial races had activated all of their godly energy, and their godly bodies were pushed to the limit. Their battle prowess had reached the peak. They saw the light at the end of the tunnel, they saw hope. They knew that if this continued, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to last much longer. Is that so? Lin Ling's white hair and long robe fluttered in the wind. His sneer deepened, and he wanted to activate the 3 extreme universe destruction to push back one of them. After all, as long as he could push back one of them, their alliance would be broken. Are you guys ignoring us? But at this moment, several figures appeared around the celestial races. A power that surpassed godly energy was brewing, and its aura was astonishing, suppressing the surroundings. It was Lei Gong, Taoist master of many treasures, Longyang, and Xiaoluan. The 4 of them weren't weak at all. The main reason was that their world wills were very powerful. Hence, get lost. However, the leaders of the celestial races didn't put them in their eyes. After all, not long ago, old man Qing Yun had made these people bow their heads. What qualifications did they have to speak? Ants? Taoist master of many treasures frowned. In any case, he was an ancient god. When had anyone dared to call him an ant? Die for me. Taoist master of many treasures was the first to activate his world wills, and his world wills were devouring. A gourd appeared in his hand. He held it with both hands and raised it high above his head. A powerful suction force was born from the mouth of the gourd, as though it wanted to contain the entire universe. After this suction force surged out, everything in its path was devoured and disappeared. This force struck the back of a Silver Moon leader, causing his expression to change greatly. He could clearly feel that his godly energy and physical body were being affected and were continuously disappearing. You are also a host of the world wills. At this moment, the Silver Moon leader had no choice but to pay attention to Taoist master of many treasures. Boom. At the same time, another leader was facing Lei Gong's world wills. The world wills destroyed everything in its path, causing that leader to be affected as well. Next, Xiaoluan's chant and Longyang's eternal life appeared. The 4 world wills affected the leaders of the celestial races, causing the power they activated to continuously weaken. The huge shockwave even dimmed a little. These people are all hosts of the world wills. Scram, don't interfere with our battle. The leaders cursed angrily. They were almost able to kill Lin Ling, but they were interrupted by a few pieces of rat feces. However, in the face of their curses, Lei Gong and the rest were laughing happily. Curse, curse, curse. The more carefree they were, the angrier these leaders were. Sirs, it's my turn now. At this moment, a cold voice floated over from the front, causing the leaders of the celestial races to change their expressions. They finally panicked. They were now being disturbed, and their godly energy was difficult to maintain, causing Lin Ling to escape. Whoosh! Whoosh! A dazzling sword light appeared. The sword light wasn't huge, and it was even very thin, like a thread. However, it was a thread that could be seen clearly by anyone. Whoosh! The huge shockwave was slashed apart, and the remaining power sputtered in all directions, causing continuous rumbling sounds. Whoosh! In the broken shockwave, a figure shot forward like a death god, getting closer and closer to the leaders of the celestial races. No. Silver. The leader of the moon race roared, his face pale. However, when the sword light arrived, his head flew up, and a large amount of godly energy erupted from his neck like a volcano. Silver, the leader of the moon race, was defeated. I don't want to die. One of the leaders roared, wanting to leave the battlefield, but Xiaoluan's world wills behind him entangled him. What greeted him was a sword, and he was defeated again. Then the next person and another, and finally the last person. Under the joint efforts of Lin Ling and Lei Gong, the leaders of the various forces were all killed. Sigh, the situation is over. At this scene, the leaders of the Mountain Push Party and the Ceiling Cave race completely gave up. After all, if they continued fighting, they wouldn't win, and they would still die. The entire battle gradually came to an end. The gods of the Silver Moon race, the Myriad Sea race, the Rotten race, and the Nine Conch race were all killed. After the death of their leaders, they completely lost the will to fight. The Yellow Emperor and the rest naturally wouldn't show mercy and let them escape. You all surrender? Lin Ling asked. Ling looked at the two leaders of the Mountain Push Party and asked. We surrender. You can kill us or torture us as you wish. However, there is a precondition, and that is to let our people go. The leader of the Mountain Push Party said with a sigh. He planned to use his own death to protect the remaining gods of the Mountain Push Party. That's right. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. They only obeyed our orders. They are innocent. I am willing to bear the responsibility alone. You all should let our people go. The leader of the Ceiling Cave race said. Lin Ling, you decide. Huang Ling said. Chapter 5293. Remember in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading. Lin Ling, where it is possible to make mistakes, one should spare them. The leaders of the Fengxue tribe and the Mountain Push Party looked at Lin Ling again, their eyes filled with pleading. Leader! However, the eyes of the gods under their tombs were red. They wanted to fight to the death. They did not want their leaders to die. All right, I can spare them. At this time, Lin Ling suddenly said. His words made the two leaders smile. However, just as they were about to die, Lin Ling said again, also, I can spare you. What? The two leaders were shocked. The premise is that you do not oppose us from now on and cooperate with the Sun God tribe, the Ya tribe, and me. Lin Ling said again, I can give you time to consider and let you go. The next time we meet, give me an answer. If you choose to be my enemy, I will kill every celestial tribe member I see. If you choose to be my friend, from now on, we will be comrades. All right, Lin Ling, we will tell the leader about this. The two leaders of the celestial tribe nodded and then left with the rest of their people. Lin Ling, why did you let them go? After they left, Lei Gong asked. Now, we are surrounded by enemies. If we can get a few allies, it will be more beneficial for us. Lin Ling said. Although everyone was still confused, Lin Ling was their leader. He must have his reasons for making such a choice. Lin Ling, welcome back. The Yellow Emperor and the others all walked over, their faces filled with joy. Lin Ling was indeed their leader. As soon as he came back, all the problems were solved, and the mineral veins that they had obtained could be completely mined. Old brother Yellow Emperor, do you have any news about the Ya tribe? Lin Ling asked. Now that this place was safe, he was worried about the Ya tribe. Senior Martial Sister, Xingyi, and the others were all with the One Fong clan. If they could combine their forces, their strength would definitely increase greatly. We entered the dragon's tomb a long time ago, but there was no news of them. I just don't know if they are in this area. The Yellow Emperor shook his head. After they entered, they had sent many people to search for them, but to no avail. How about this, I'll watch over you for a while, and then I'll go look for them. Lin Ling said thoughtfully. Everyone agreed with his suggestion. In the following days, Lin Ling observed the mining of the ore vein under the tomb. It had to be said that this ore vein was a huge ore vein. The lowest grade dragonstones mined were 3rd grade dragonstones, and there were even 10th grade dragonstones. Moreover, there were a lot of them. These 10th grade dragonstones were divided equally among the leaders, with Lin Ling taking the most. While Lin Ling was guarding the mine, he was constantly stabilizing his realm. With the help of the dragon stone, his realm gradually stabilized. On this day, he finally decided to leave and look for the One Fong clan. At first, he did not dare to go too far, afraid that the gods would harm the Yellow Emperor and the others. However, not long after he left, Lin Ling met the gods of the Mountain Push Party and the Fengxue clan. Is that Lin Ling? It was still the leader who had escaped last time. Moreover, they seemed to be heading for Lin Ling's or Vane. Lin Ling sneered and said indifferently, "It seems that the two god clans have made a decision. I wonder if you will cooperate or become enemies." Lin Ling, after we left, we contacted the leaders of the 6th floor. After a discussion, they finally decided to cooperate with you. The god of the Mountain Push Party said with a smile. In fact, he did not want to become enemies with Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had only been on the 6th floor for a short time, but he was famous and invincible. Unless there was a deep hatred between them, it was better to cooperate with such a person. Your leaders have made a wise decision. Lin Ling's smile became polite. From now on, we are considered allies. Yes, but our leaders also said that we are second only to the 6th floor. After all, our leaders can only control the races on the 6th floor. If we go up, he will not have the authority, said the god of the Fengxue clan. The 6th floor is enough. Lin Ling nodded. Now, I have to leave for a while. I will have to trouble you to look after Mai or Vane. No problem. The two gods immediately agreed. Since Lin Ling had spared their lives last time, they had to help him. By the way, do you have any news about the Wunfang clan? Lin Ling asked again. We don't have any news about the Wunfang clan, but we saw the Sun God clan a long time ago. They are in the east. The god of the Mountain Push Party said thoughtfully. Lin Ling nodded and left. The Sun God clan should be with the Wunfang clan now. This meant that they might be in the east. Moreover, with the cooperation of the Mountain Push Party and the two god clans, Lin Ling could go further without worry. Along the way, Lin Ling also encountered many gods. There were itinerant cultivators and god clans. As long as he encountered the Silver Moon clan, the Decaying clan, the Myriad Sea clan, and the Nine Conch clan, Lin Ling would kill them on sight. Killing one meant one less threat. After traveling for half a day, suddenly, a dazzling light came from ahead. The divine essence fluctuated greatly, and Buddhist chants drifted out, intimidating everyone. Buddhist chants? Lin Ling frowned. Generally speaking, those who could appear on the 6th floor were mostly gods. Gods who cultivated Buddhism were rare, and very few of them were very strong in this aspect. Cultivating Buddhism, right? Lin Ling suddenly thought of something. In terms of Buddhism, the most famous ones were the White Mountain Three Divine Sects. Moreover, the White Mountain Great Buddha of the past also appeared on the 6th floor. Lin Ling immediately increased his speed. Soon after, he saw an intense battle erupting in front of a mine. Two sides were fighting fiercely. One side was an unknown god, but they weren't from the god clan. The other side was a group of Buddhist gods. Moreover, Lin Ling could confirm from their aura that these Buddhist gods were from the White Mountain Three Divine Sects. Amitabha. People from the 3 guilds and 9 temples, we, the White Mountain Three Divine Sects, have taken a liking to this mine. An ancient voice suddenly sounded from the ground. If you don't retreat, don't blame us for killing you all and purifying the world. Bald Donkey, do you have any shame? How many mines have you snatched? You still want to snatch this one. The other side wasn't weak. There were a total of 12 strong beings, and they were all at the late-stage universe giant god level. Moreover, they were stronger than ordinary late-stage universe giant gods. They seemed to be the leaders. Amitabha. Everything has a cause and effect. This mine is fated to be with us. This is cause and effect. The White Mountain Three Divine Sects had quite a number of strong beings. There were a total of 6 of them, and their auras were powerful. One of them, a skinny old monk, said indifferently. The other side was furious. Snatching their mine was one thing, but they even spoke with a righteous tone. This kind of person was the most shameless. Amitabha. Everyone should know that the White Mountain Three Divine Sects on the 6th floor have all gathered here. You can't stop them, so why kill more? That skinny old monk said again, as if the one who had caused too much killing was the other side and not them. Fight with them. The people from the 3 guilds and 9 temples couldn't bear it anymore. They wanted to fight with the White Mountain 3 divine sects. Chapter 5294. Fight? Amitba ants like you. The skinny old monk shook his head in disdain. He put his palms together and chanted. Behind him, all the Buddhas from the 3 divine sects of White Mountain put their palms together and chanted deafening Buddhist chants. The Buddhist light shone in all directions, and it was as if countless Buddhas appeared in the sky and on the ground. The scene was magnificent. The Buddhist light gathered and formed a huge Buddhist bell. It floated in the sky and covered the ground. All the gods on the ground were within its attack range. The people from the 3 societies and 9 temples sensed the huge pressure on them. It was difficult for them to move. The 3 divine sects of White Mountain, you want to kill them all? The leaders of the 9 temples reacted. They gritted their teeth and shouted angrily. These bald donkeys were killing people for the sake of the mine. *T bald donkeys. The great Buddha of White Mountain said that anyone who goes against the 3 divine sects of White Mountain is going against the universe. We want to enter hell and kill all the demons who go against the universe. The skinny old monk emitted a sacred and inviolable Buddhist light. His voice was majestic and ancient. *T. The gods all cursed. Otherwise, we would have been able to notify even more gods to come here. Number 3 said in a low voice. In the 9 temples, a white-haired old man who seemed to be the most senior frowned. The 3 societies and 9 temples were actually an alliance of all the independent gods. They had the power to command hundreds of people. After all, the 6th level was led by the gods. It was too difficult for independent cultivators. They could be killed at any time. Therefore, they formed an alliance. And, moreover, these alliances were very strong. They had many of the top 100 on the 6th level. Only, however, there were not many independent cultivators gathered here. It's too late. Let's break that Buddhist bell. Another man with a black dog said calmly. His body was full of fighting spirit. He wanted to soar into the sky and kill all the Buddhas in the sky. It's too late. Let's prepare for a big battle. The other leaders nodded. They all burst out with divine power, causing the universe to appear. The sun, the moon, and the stars changed. The scene was extremely vast. None of the gods who could reach the 6th level were weak. When they joined forces, their strength was not to be underestimated. Kill! A banner appeared in the old man's hand, and he waved it as if he was summoning divine soldiers and generals to battle. A universe appeared around him, and from the universe, countless gods clad in armor rushed out. Kill! One of the leaders spread open his arms. What was terrifying was that he actually summoned 9 suns. These suns were like cannonballs that shot into the sky. Boom rumble. Many gods made their moves and attacked the Buddhist bell in the sky. Their goal was to break free from the restraints. After a series of explosions, cracks appeared on the Buddhist light and the Buddhist bell kept swaying. No, however, the many Buddhas in the sky remained indifferent. The skinny old man said faintly, Amitba, the Dharma of Buddhism is boundless. Under his lead, even more enormous Buddhist light and Buddhist chants struck the ground. Behind him, the numerous Buddhist gods sat down cross-legged as if they transformed into golden Buddhas, and they emanated even more powerful Buddhist energy. When this power combined and fused with the golden Buddhist light, it actually restored the cracked Buddhist light. The swaying Buddhist bell also regained its calmness and remained motionless. Damn it, these bald donkeys have combined many universes. The gods on the ground raised their heads. They could see how powerful the 3 divine gates of White Mountain were. Although they knew that the gods who could come to the 6th level all had their own universes, but very few could combine them. After all, every universe was different, and combining them would cause a conflict. However, the universes of these Buddhist gods were all related to Buddhism. Combining them not only did not cause a conflict, but it also multiplied their power. This was also the reason why they couldn't break the Buddhist light. If this continues, we'll definitely die. We couldn't combine them from the beginning. Dear man, it's all your fault. Why didn't you remind us? What does it have to do with me? Who knew that these bald donkeys would be so shameless? They really want to kill us all. Many gods were frustrated and kept attacking the sky. However, they could only watch as the Buddhist light continued to suppress them. It made them feel as if they were carrying a huge Buddhist bell. Looks like we're all going to die here. The god with the highest score couldn't help but sigh. He also felt a little dispirited. At this moment, a sword light came from afar. The sword slashed down viciously on one of the Buddha gods, killing him instantly. Moreover, this was only the beginning. More and more Buddhist gods were killed. It was as if a god of death had suddenly joined the endless world of Buddhism. After the Buddhist gods were killed one after another, the Buddhist light and the Buddhist bell were obviously affected. Amitabha, Your Excellency, why do you have to do this? The skinny old monk's expression changed slightly. Then, he said in a benevolent voice, "These people are demons. If we don't get rid of them today, it will be the people in the universe who will die. Your actions are going against the universe and harming countless people." His voice seemed to be persuading the person who came, but he also pushed himself to the moral high ground. Shameless! The gods on the ground all cursed. Unfortunately, their voices couldn't be heard, so they were a little worried that the person who suddenly came would really be persuaded. But, unfortunately, they were thinking too much. In the sky, Buddhist gods fell one after another. Golden Buddha blood sprinkled on the ground like rain, accompanied by a large number of corpses. Your Excellency, why are you interfering in the affairs of the three divine sects of White Mountain? A powerful Buddhist god spoke. He looked calm on the surface, but in fact, he was extremely anxious. Previously, they had spoken softly, hoping to move him emotionally. Now that they saw that it was useless, they had to use force. They reported their origins, hoping that the person who came would be afraid. Unfortunately, the answer they received was a cold sword. With one sword, a Buddhist god fell. More Buddhist gods were killed. Then, the few of the strongest Buddhist gods narrowed their eyes. They could no longer hold back. After all, if this continued, the trap they had set up previously would be for naught. Your Excellency, where it's possible to make mistakes, one should be merciful. The skinny old monk said again. Spare your ass, I'm Lin Ling. Finally, an impatient voice floated out from among the Buddhist gods, causing the expressions of many Buddhist gods to change drastically. Lin Ling. The skinny old monk kept repeating this sentence. Of course, he knew who Lin Ling was. He was the #1 enemy of the three divine sects of White Mountain. It could be said that they would fight to the death. No wonder the other party didn't give them any face. Lin Ling, you evil creature! He was trembling with anger. So it was the #1 enemy. Damn it, this enemy didn't come at any other time, but at this time. One had to know that if they had held on a little longer, they would have succeeded. Evil creature is not someone you can scold. A figure appeared in front of the great Buddha. He had white hair and held an incomparably dazzling long sword. The moment he appeared, there was no doubt that the great Buddha trembled in fear. Lin Ling, I've heard of him. He's the leader of the Yellow Emperor's side. He's Lin Ling? Why would he help us? Chapter 5295. On the other hand, the gods on the ground were astonished and moved. Although they didn't know why Lin Ling helped them, if not for Lin Ling's appearance, they would have died here today. They would never forget this kindness. Again looking at the Buddha facing Lin Ling, his eyes trembled. Lin Ling appeared so quickly? Speak, why aren't you speaking? Lin Ling held his sword. With his innate talent fusion and the power of the world's will, he didn't fear this Buddha god at all. Actually, if he was suppressed by the Buddha bell, it wouldn't be easy for him to break free. However, the Buddha bell only attacked from the inside. It was a different story if it attacked from the outside. Moreover, these Buddha gods were targeting the gods on the ground, making it much easier for Lin Ling to break them one by one. Lin Ling, your sin of killing is too heavy. You will be destroyed by the universe sooner or later. This Buddha god put his palms together and said frankly, but before that you will die before me. This means that your sin of killing is heavier than mine. Lin Ling said disdainfully. He felt disgusted. These bald donkeys, when others killed, They killed on behalf of the heavens. Did they still have any sense of shame? After that, Lin Ling slashed with his sword and split that Buddha god into two. Boom. Rumble. Buddha without the support of a large number of Buddha gods, the Buddha light became dimmer. The chance is here. Everyone do your best. On the ground, all the gods unleashed their power and rushed toward the sky. Cracks started to appear on the Buddha light and gradually shattered. The first big hole appeared, and more holes appeared. Finally, the Buddha light was like a broken glass roof, sprinkling down from the sky. It's broken, it's broken. All the gods were overjoyed. They felt as if they had escaped from the netherworld. They rushed toward the sky like a swarm of bees, overflowing with killing intent. Amitabha, the great calamity of the universe. Seeing this, the Buddha gods in the sky sighed and closed their eyes. They didn't resist anymore because they knew that it was useless to resist now. Kill. The gods who rushed out were filled with killing intent. Naturally, they wouldn't leave any face. After all, they had almost died just now. Rumble. Bang bang bang. They attacked again and again, attacking the Buddha gods in the sky. Large amounts of golden blood splattered down. The Buddha gods that were previously unparalleled in the world, controlling the life and death of others, died one after another. We are carrying this sin for the sake of the universe. Amitabha. The Buddhas and gods were still clasping their palms together in a righteous manner. Your whole family. When they saw this, the gods became even more furious, and they began to slaughter them crazily. Damn it, these bald donkeys killed them to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. They killed the bald donkeys, but the bald donkeys found a good excuse for themselves. For the sake of the universe. Since you think so highly of yourself, then go to hell. Where do you think you're going? While everyone was in a frenzy, Lin Ling took a step forward and appeared in front of a skinny old monk. This old monk was the leader of the Buddhist gods, and at this moment he actually wanted to escape. He was different from the other Buddhas and gods. Not only was he more afraid of death, but he also knew that after he died, the so-called Great Tao of the universe would also be fleeting. Lin Ling, you've ruined the plans of the 3 divine sects of White Mountain. The old monk glared angrily at Lin Ling, so angry that his whole body trembled. If not for Lin Ling's appearance, they would have already obtained the mine. How could they have died? And now, even if he wanted to escape, it was because Lin Ling had suddenly stopped him. Trying to run? At this moment, the gods also reacted. A large number of experts surrounded the old monk, leaving him impenetrable. Divine abilities covered the surroundings. Not to mention escaping, even the void and the universe were controlled. Bald donkey, aren't you all unafraid of death? Why are you running? Tempting some of your subordinates to die, and then running away yourself. You're really shameless. An old man sneered at the old monk. The old monk's expression was uncertain, but he said indifferently, I'm not running away. I'm shouldering the mission of the universe, and I don't want to die here. All of this is for the sake of the universe. So noble. Alright, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and beg for mercy, and I'll spare your life. The old man laughed mockingly. Of course, you can think that I'm lying to you, but you have no choice now. Either you die, or you take that 1% chance of survival and kneel down and beg for mercy. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider. 1, 2. The sound kept drifting out, and the old monk snorted coldly. My heart yearns for eternal life, and I'm concerned about the lives of the universe. How can I kneel down and beg for mercy? 3. The old man finally finished counting, and everyone revealed their killing intent. They wanted to kill the old monk on the spot. For the sake of the universe, for the sake of justice in the hearts of the people, if I don't go to hell, who will? At the critical moment, the old monk actually knelt down. Although he put on a hat again before kneeling down, who would believe it at this moment? Haha. A large number of mocking voices drifted out. The old man looked at the Buddhas who were still alive and said, Do you see that? This is your elder. While you are fearless of death, he has already knelt down and begged for mercy. The old monk's body trembled. He was humiliated beyond recognition, But for that 1% chance of survival, he chose to go all out. Bang, bang, bang. He kowtowed 3 times, then looked up and said, "Your Excellency, I've already done as you said. You won't go back on your word, right? If that's the case, your 3 associations and 9 temples will no longer have any rules." The dear man, "Am not as shameless as you. I'll do as I say." The old man snorted disdainfully and moved aside. "Killing a dog like you will only dirty my hands." Scram. "Thank you for not killing me." The skinny old monk was delighted. He put his palms together and hurriedly left. However, just as he entered the encirclement, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. "They agreed to let you go, but that doesn't mean I agreed. I'm not from the 3 associations and 9 temples." The person in front of the old monk was Lin Ling. Lin Ling. The old monk's heart felt like it had been split into 7 or 8 pieces. He had knelt down in humiliation. He thought he could live, but there was still Lin Ling. This meant that he had knelt for nothing. Even more, he had greatly embarrassed the 3 divine sects of White Mountain. "I really don't have anything to say to people like you. Perhaps only when you die will the universe have its principles. Only then will the universe be clear," Lin Feng said. Lin Ling slashed out, and the power of the worlds will severed the old monk's neck. A head flew off, and even the old monk's soul was severed by Lin Ling. Seeing the skinny old monk die, the gods felt incomparably carefree. It was even better than breaking through themselves. Previously, they didn't want to let the old monk go, but they didn't want to go back on their word. They could only watch the ugly old monk escape. Fortunately, there was still Lin Ling. Amitabha. The Buddha god who didn't die sighed and shook his head. He closed his eyes and chose to die. But they didn't know why, but they also felt carefree. Chapter 5296. Lin Ling, thank you. Led by the dear man, the experts gathered in front of Lin Ling and bowed slightly. Yes, Lin Ling, they had naturally heard of him, but they did not expect that this legendary figure would actually save them. "It's just a small matter." Lin Ling waved his hand indifferently and said, "By the way, are you people from the 3 associations and 9 temples?" "That's right. The 3 associations and 9 temples have gathered all the rogue cultivators on the 6th floor." The dear man nodded proudly. Lin Ling suddenly thought of something and suggested, "Why don't we form an alliance?" Alliance? Everyone was shocked. They had never thought of this idea. "That's right. With my power and your strength combined, we will no longer have to fear the god race on the 6th floor." Lin Ling nodded and said with anticipation, "Moreover, in addition to the Yellow Emperor and the others, my forces also include the Sun God race, the Wunfang race, the Mountain Push Party, and the Fengshui race. Let us consider this." The dear man immediately walked towards the leaders of the group and began to discuss. Lin Ling was not in a hurry. Things like an alliance depended on mutual consent and could not be forced. However, Lin Ling was actually looking forward to an alliance. After all, there were many top 100 experts in the 3 associations and 9 temples. If they formed an alliance, it would be beneficial for both sides. "Lin Ling, we have decided to form an alliance with you. Originally, some of us had enmity with the Wunfang race and the Mountain Push Party. However, we believe in you, Lin Ling. Your reputation is very good." The dear man and the other leaders had all made a decision. Yes, although they were not familiar with Lin Ling, they had heard many legends. It was said that this person was ruthless to his enemies, but he was very good to his own people. He was an extremely principled person, and Lin Ling's side was strong, and the alliance was good to both sides. In addition, Lin Ling had saved their lives before. "That's great. Lin Ling, without a doubt." Ling was very happy. "From now on, we are allies." Dear man and the others were also very happy. Although this was the first time they had met, because Lin Ling had saved their lives, they felt that Lin Ling was very familiar with him. "Oh right, do you have any news about the Wunfang clan and the Sun God clan?" Lin Ling asked. "We know where the Super Yang Divine race is. If we follow this direction, we will be able to find them." That person asked the other gods and then said, "Don't worry. That's great. After Ling received the news, he bid farewell to Dear Man and the others and wanted to find the super young divine race and the others. Lin Ling, the sun god race and the others are probably not far from us. If there's anything, you can inform us and we will definitely help. Dear Man told Lin Ling, "Thank you, brother." Lin Ling politely bowed and took his leave. I heard that Lin Ling is a righteous person, so I wanted to pay him a visit a long time ago. I just thought that he was a famous person and probably wouldn't take a fancy to us, but I didn't expect Lin Ling to be so easy to talk to. To form an alliance with a leader like Lin Ling, if word gets out, others will be envious. Of course they will be envious. Lin Ling is now the top god of this era. Countless people yearn for him. Looking at Lin Ling's back, Dear Man and the others said excitedly. At this moment, Lin Ling was heading in a certain direction. Whether it was the Mountain Push Gang or the 3 societies and 9 temples, they were all talking about the same direction. This made Lin Ling certain that the super young divine race and the others should be there. As he continued forward, he encountered several waves of killing. There were even some blind people who came to kill Lin Ling. But, in the end, they were all killed by Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's current strength, although he was not the overlord of the 6th floor, he was still ranked among the top. And, moreover, Lin Ling also encountered the gods of the 3 societies and 9 temples. At first, there was a conflict, but after figuring out Lin Ling's background, they all bowed to Lin Ling. Obviously, however, they also knew about the alliance between the 3 societies and 9 temples and Lin Ling. Lin Ling did not care about their previous rudeness. Instead, he asked about the super young divine race and found out that not long ago, they had encountered the super young divine race and the one-tooth race. The 2 great god races had indeed formed an alliance. They were guarding a huge mine that produced 12th grade dragon stones and the rare 15th grade dragon stones. However, these 2 great god races were also targeted by the leaders of the various god races. They did not gain any advantage over them even after several clashes. And, moreover, the ones besieging the 2 great god races were the strongest leaders of the various god races. Immediately inform Dear Man that I, Lin Ling, have something to ask them for help with. After Lin Ling received the news, he knew that the battle over there was probably even more intense. After all, that was where the true leaders of the various god races on the 6th floor were. All right. Those gods hurriedly left. Lin Ling continued forward. After pondering for a while, he informed Yellow Emperor and the others to leave some people behind to guard the mine. The rest of them should immediately rush over. At the same time, Lin Ling also informed the Mountain Push Party and the Ceiling Cave race. Since they wanted to fight, then let's fight big. It was time for him, Lin Ling, to completely rise up in the 6th floor and not fear any god race. Thinking like this, Lin Ling quickly moved forward. After a long time, he saw a huge ancient city in the distance. He saw that the ancient city was leaning against a majestic mountain. That mountain was like a divine dragon coiling on the ground. After a brief inspection, he could feel a dense spiritual energy pervading the air. It seemed to be a vast mine. According to Lin Ling's estimation, that mine could easily support the 2 celestial races and even the Yellow Emperor and other gods. This was a huge mine. In such a short period of time, they actually built a huge city. It must be the work of the one-tooth race. Ling stared at the huge city and realized that it could be used to attack and defend. It should be the work of the one-tooth race because they were the best at forging. Lin Ling even saw many divine cannons on the walls of the giant city. They were awe-inspiring. That sun should be set up by the sun god race. Lin Ling looked at the huge city. There was a huge sun hanging there, and its sunlight covered the entire city. It was as if countless eyes of the sun were watching every corner. Boom. As the battle erupted, Lin Ling could feel that the solar energy had unleashed a powerful force. It seems that they have indeed fought many battles. Otherwise, the defense would not be so tight. Ling muttered to himself as he walked. Soon he arrived at the huge city. Who are you? Before Lin Ling arrived, some gods had already noticed Lin Ling. And at such a crucial moment, the arrival of anyone would attract the attention of the entire city. Lin Ling. Lin Ling had his hands behind his back as he looked at the majestic city walls. The city walls were slightly silent, as if they were very surprised by the name Lin Ling. "You really are Lin Ling. Let me go and inform him." A moment later, a dignified voice sounded. Following that, a large number of heads appeared on the city walls. There were Sun God race and One-Tooth race. They were all looking at Lin Ling curiously. He is the legendary Lin Ling? Isn't Lin Ling white-haired? It could be seen that these people were all in awe of Lin Ling. Lin Ling. Suddenly, a cry of surprise sounded. A young man appeared on the city walls. It was Windless. "Brother Lin Ling, you are here." Following that, more voices sounded. One of the beautiful girls was the most excited as she shouted, "Quick, open the city gates." Chapter 5297. This young girl was Senior Toothless' daughter, Wuxia. Back then, she had entered the dragon tomb with Lin Ling. Later on, Lin Ling met another holder of the Four Directions prison, causing Lin Ling to be separated from them. "Eldest miss, this door can't be casually opened." Many experts were shaking their heads, afraid that they would be fooled. Although, of course, they also felt that it was Lin Ling, but they still had to be cautious. "You all have eyes but fail to recognize Mount Tai," Wu Yuner said angrily. "I heard that Lord Lin Ling is here. Where is he?" At this time, many familiar faces appeared on the city wall. The first to arrive was Xingyi. After seeing him, Lin Ling was finally relieved. Next was senior sister Qing Zhu. "Open the door." Zhu's seniority was obviously very high. After she anxiously shouted, the ancient city gate finally opened. "Junior brother, you're back." Zhu happily welcomed him, and behind her, the leaders of the Sun God race and Ia race had finally arrived. This was the first time Lin Ling had seen the leader of the Sun God race here, but among them he saw the 12-winged Sun God. Until the leader of the Ia race was Senior Toothless. "Ha, we finally have a fierce general." Senior Toothless and the leader of the Sun God race hurriedly welcomed Lin Ling into the city. After entering the city, Ling discovered that the city was filled with powerful divine cannons, and there were barriers and divine arrays everywhere. The defense was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Looking at the Dragon Mountain in the distance, a huge mine appeared there, and there were mining carts going in and out, excavating a large amount of dragon stones. No wonder the two great god races were unwilling to leave this place. The harvest of the mines here was much more than he had imagined. "Lin Ling, where did you go? I heard from my daughter that you met a strong enemy. I was worried to death." Senior Toothless brought Lin Ling into the hall and asked after sitting down. Lin Ling made it short, then looked at the leader of the Sun God race. "Lin Ling, it's an honor to meet you. I am Fei." The leader of the super young divine race cupped his hands and bowed. He looked to be around 40 years old, and his eyes were golden in color. However, he treated people amiably, without the slightest bit of arrogance. "Greetings, Mr. Fei." Lin Ling also politely returned the greeting and asked, "Did you run into the alliance of the major divine races?" "That's right, it's already been a long time, because our mine is one of the core mines of the Dragon Tomb, and there's even the essence of the ancestral dragon inside, so all the major god races are eyeing it covetously, and the first to discover the mine was our Sun God race. But with just our race, we can't resist the plundering of all the god races." Mr. Fei Yi smiled and said, "Fortunately, after the One Fong clan heard the news, they immediately came to help. Our two clans worked together and blocked their waves of attacks." As he spoke, he looked at Senior Toothless with gratitude in his eyes. I was entrusted with this by Lin Ling. He told me a long time ago that the Sun God race is our ally." Senior Toothless pushed the credit to Lin Ling. "We should thank His Excellency Lin Ling. His Excellency Lin Ling has a lot of connections, and we gods can't compare to him." Mr. Fei Yi bowed to Lin Ling again. Even though he was in charge of all the Sun God race on the 6th floor, Lin Ling's fame was so great that even he had to be half a head lower than him. "How are those god races now?" Ling Bai shook his head and asked again. 10 days ago, they launched an attack and crazily attacked the city, but we blocked it with great difficulty. Now, they seem to be gathering even more experts." Senior Toothless said, "We have the mine behind us and endless dragon stones. If it's a protracted battle, we have nothing to fear. However, I'm afraid that it will be troublesome for them to gather all their experts. From what I know, other than the Silver Moon race, the Decaying race, the Myriad Oceanic race, and the Nine Conch race, they have also invited the White Mountain Three Divine Gates and a group of great demons. With our current strength, it will be difficult for us to face so many experts working together." Mr. Fei Yi sighed. "Their combined strength is probably at the level of a sovereign. The limit of our city's resistance is at the sovereign level. Don't worry. Since I'm here, I'll make sure they return empty-handed," Ling Bai said with a smile after hearing the general situation. Senior Toothless and Mr. Fei Yi's eyes widened. Although they knew that Lin Ling controlled the Yellow Emperor's powerful force, that force alone couldn't stop the Silver Moon race and the others working together. Lin Ling's Senior Toothless couldn't help but ask. After all, this was a serious matter. Ling Bai smiled and didn't hide anything. "I've already called the Yellow Emperor and the others here. Other than them, there's also the Fengshui race and the Mountain Push Gang." "What?" Mr. Fei Yi exclaimed. The Fengshui race and the Mountain Push Gang were also two divine races. If they could get their help, they would have 4 divine races working together. They wouldn't be afraid of the Silver Moon race at all, and their numbers wouldn't be any weaker than the Silver Moon race. Moreover, I've already formed an alliance with the 3 guilds and 10 temples. They've agreed to come here as soon as possible," Lin Ling said. Senior Toothless sucked in a breath of cold air and stared at Lin Ling as if he was looking at a monster. 3 guilds, the 3 guilds and 10 temples were the Independent Cultivators Alliance on the 6th floor. They were powerful and weren't weaker than any other alliance. Moreover, the Independent Cultivators Alliance had always been hostile to the divine races. Usually, when they saw the divine races, it was inevitable that they would fight, let alone form an alliance. "Lin Ling, your connections are so wide," Mr. Fei exclaimed, his whole body trembling with excitement. When he saw Lin Ling come alone, he appeared to be polite and grateful to Lin Ling, but in reality, he was a little disappointed. After all, what could one person do to help? But he didn't expect Lin Ling to be so powerful and have so many experts behind him. Their minds were protected, and from now on, they didn't have to fear any divine races on the 6th floor. Our 2 divine races, together with Lin Ling's forces, the Mountain Push Party's 2 divine races, and the 3 guilds and 9 temples. This time, even if the Silver Moon race comes, we won't be afraid, haha. After Senior Toothless finished his analysis, his face turned red. The worries that had been hanging in his heart all this time could finally be resolved today. "Tonight, we won't do anything. Let's have a feast to welcome leader Lin Ling." Following that, the 2 leaders stood up and happily ordered their men to prepare the food. Lin Ling. Only then did Bamboo and the others gather around and ask about everything. They were extremely excited. Lin Ling also told them about the others. After hearing that the Yellow Emperor and the rest were fine, Saint Yi finally relaxed. Clang. At night, the city was bustling with noise and excitement, and the cheers were even louder. Thousands of miles away from the city, a large number of gods had gathered. What happened to the Sun Divine race? Could it be that they got some great treasure? Otherwise, why are they so happy? The silver-haired old man frowned. He was the leader of the Silver Moon race on the 6th floor. He probably obtained some precious treasure. Unfortunately, all of this belongs to us. A sharp voice drifted out. An old woman sat on a shell and smiled. She was the leader of the 9 Conch race. Looking around, there were many experts gathered. They were all the top experts that the 4 races had left on the 6th floor. Well, they were waiting for an expert who could dominate everything to arrive. At that time, they could directly attack the Sun Divine race. Chapter 5298. To be honest, who are we waiting for? With the current state of the Sun God race and the One-Tooth race, they won't be able to withstand any more of our attacks. After a moment of silence, the leader of the Myriad Sea race, Wan Haoda, frowned. This person was in charge of all the Myriad Sea race on the 6th level. He was cruel and was an ocean king. As long as one offended him, they would be killed no matter where they were, and they would die extremely miserably. Wan Haoda was also famous for being cruel and murderous. Everyone was afraid of him. That's right, Oldine. Don't keep us in suspense. Tell us who that ruler is. Jiu Leo, the leader of the 9 conch race, also spoke. He was a thin man. On the surface, he looked no different from an ordinary god, but those who knew him knew that this great god was also a cruel and merciless person. Back then, for the sake of cultivation, he had betrayed his master, framed his senior brother, and even killed billions of people from a certain god race. In short, this Jiu Leo was also a giant. Good. When people looked over, the leader of the Silver Moon race smiled faintly. His silver hair blossomed with the color of moonlight. When it danced in the wind, it dazzled people, as if they had come to the starry sky and moonlight. He was the leader of the Silver Moon race on the 6th level, In Zimo. This person was an ordinary existence in the Silver Moon race, but the Silver Moon race knew this person. The main reason was that this person was very strong. He was an invincible existence among the god-level universe gods. The reason why this person was unknown was that he had a peaceful temperament and never advocated killing. The reason why he led the Silver Moon race this time was because of Lin Ling. One of the Silver Moon race people that Lin Ling had killed in the Ocean Saint City was his brother. Once his brother died, In Zimo, who had always cultivated his heart and few desires, resurfaced. Killing Lin Ling was his life's goal. He volunteered to stay on the 6th level and wait for Lin Ling's arrival. If we continue to attack the Sun God race, with their numbers and great boundary array, more than half of our people will die. This is my main consideration. Compared to the other leaders of the god races, he was clearly calmer. Brother Silver, you're right. The leader of the Rot race, who had been silent, nodded. Silver Zimo continued, in order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, I've been summoning experts of Dragon Tomb and even invited a mighty figure. Once this person arrives, this battle will definitely end. This must be the great god that Brother Silver spoke of, right? May I know his background? Jiu Leo immediately asked. Behind him, the elites of the 4 great godly clans and the top 100 also revealed curious expressions. In Zimo did not hide anything anymore and said calmly, this person came from Kunlun's Jade Pure Land and is one of the disciples of Heavenly Lord Yuanshi. The 8 great gods. The god clan leaders exclaimed in unison. The experts of the 8 great deities' generations have finally entered? The most mysterious leader of the rotten race also had a dignified voice. 8 The great god generation represented the most ancient primal chaos realm, as well as the most ancient gods in the universe. It could be said that the Tao pagodas and Tao realm gods all cultivated Tao systems, divine abilities, and magic arts from the 8 great god generations. It was just that the 8 god generations had to guard the primal chaos realm. Coupled with the restrictions of the universe, it was difficult for them to enter the Tao pagoda. Such as today, they were finally going to encroach on the Tao pagoda. It seems that the rumor is true. Wan Haoda suddenly sighed, shook his head, and said, according to the rumor, the order of the Tao pagoda is actually the order of the primal chaos realm. In the future, the Tao pagoda will actually belong to the 8 great god generations. No matter how hard we try, in the end, we will still be under their jurisdiction. Yes, now that the 8 great god generations have begun to enter the Tao pagoda, their goal must be to control the Tao pagoda. Of course, we don't have to belittle ourselves. Now, there are very few gods who can reach the last level, who can guarantee who will control the Tao pagoda and who will control the entire new universe. There was no doubt that the appearance of the experts of the 8 great god generations affected the mood of the gods. The Tao pagoda has existed for so many years, but who has reached the peak of the Tao pagoda? It is too early to think about this problem. In Zimo suddenly said indifferently, for now, we should focus on the matter at hand and eradicate the Silver Moon clan and the Tooth clan. I have received news that Lin Ling has returned and is currently in the Dragon's Tomb. We must eradicate the Silver Moon clan before he returns and give him a heavy blow. Without the two great wings of the Silver Moon clan and the Tooth clan, Lin Ling can't fly. In the end, Zimo couldn't help but laugh. His laughter was very satisfied. Just a mere Lin Ling. However, the leaders of the other god clans disdainfully laughed. They didn't understand why Zimo would treat Lin Ling as a great enemy. He was just a newcomer who barely managed to stand firm on the 6th level. How could he fight against these veteran gods? In their view, the Sun God clan and the Tooth clan were the main enemies. If they could eliminate them, then this Dragon's Tomb's mine would belong to them. Even if Lin Ling rushed over now, he would only be cannon fodder. Hee, in front of us late-stage cosmos giant gods, any cosmos giant god isn't enough. Wan Hao laughed. His words seemed calm, but they carried a domineering aura. Zimo smiled and didn't say anything. However, he knew that this group of people were looking down on Lin Ling. Lin Ling was able to reach the 6th level step by step from the 1st level of the Dao Pagoda. He even became one of the leaders of the 6th level in a short 100 years. These people were looking down on Lin Ling, but they didn't expect that after so many years, there were so many people who wanted to kill Lin Ling. But in the end, Lin Ling didn't die. Instead, he became stronger and stronger. This kind of person was the most terrifying. He was a great calamity. Everyone is here. At this moment, a clear voice could be heard among the crowd. Everyone was shocked. Everyone's expression changed. They even exploded with an aura that soared to the sky. They stared vigilantly at the figure that suddenly appeared. This person actually appeared suddenly, and they didn't sense it at all. If this person wanted to kill them, they would have suffered a calamity. And what entered their eyes was a mysterious person wearing a purple cloak. However, she had slender legs at the side of the cloak. It could be said that she was a woman. Your Excellency, you're finally here. Zimo's heart trembled as he hurriedly bowed. With this bow, everyone knew that they were waiting for this woman. Furthermore, this woman was a disciple of one of the 8 great deities in the Kunlun Jade Clear realm. However, this woman, what did she rely on to make them revere her? After all, they could sense that this woman seemed to be a late-stage cosmos giant god, the same realm as them. Have you found the location of the Sun God clan and the Wunfeng clan? The robed woman ignored everyone and looked at Zimo. We found them. We're just waiting for your Excellency to arrive so that we can annihilate these 2 god clans together. Zimo smiled and nodded. He was even a little excited because he knew that after this woman came, no matter what big changes there were, the Sun God clan and the others were doomed. The woman nodded and asked again, "Is there any news about Lin Ling?" This, for the time being, there isn't. However, we've received news that Lin Ling has already appeared in Dragon Tomb. If I'm not wrong, he should be rushing over here. Zimo said. Chapter 5299. Lin Ling. Purple. The robed woman squinted her eyes, a cold glint flickering in them. Previously, Lin Ling had been taken away by the energy formed by the square prison. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would actually not die and even return to the Dragon Tomb? This Lin Ling was truly lucky. But it was even better that he did not die. She could take back the square prison from him. Prepare to attack the Sun God race. At this point, the purple-robed woman looked at everyone and said, Zimo, Wan Haoda, Jiu Leo, and the other leaders were delighted. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. With you leading us, the Sun God race and the One-Tooth race will definitely die. Wan Haoda said excitedly. He had long wanted to set off, but because of the purple-robed woman, he had been waiting patiently. Set off. Zimo waved his hand. Under his command, the entire Silver Moon race on the 6th level moved out. My race obeys, set off. Wan Haoda also shouted heroically. The surrounding mountains let out rumbling sounds and dust flew up. Many enormous sea beasts flew out. There were huge leviathans, white whales, cuttlefish, crocodile, and many other ancient beasts. At this time, the world shook. A terrifying power soared into the sky. It was as though the strongest power on the 6th level had moved. The weakest here was a middle-stage deity universe giant god. Most of them were late-stage deity universe giant gods. A A terrifying power could easily sweep through the entire 6th level. Unless the other party could also make several great deity races form an alliance. But forming an alliance was easier said than done. Otherwise, the deity races on the 6th level would not have formed their own camps. The reason why the Silver Moon race and the other great deity races could form an alliance was not because they had a good relationship, but because they had the same enemy. What a huge power! Dominating the universe, controlling life and death. It is as easy as flipping a hand. To be able to lead such a huge army in my lifetime, I have no regrets. Zimo and the rest looked at the power that could shake the world. Their emotions inexplicably became excited. That feeling was as though they were invincible and unstoppable. Let's wait and see the Sun God race kneel down and beg for mercy. Jioleo had already taken the lead. Victory at the start, victory at the start. The countless powerhouses behind him roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens and the earth. This large army rushed towards the direction of the mines, attracting the attention of countless people. In the eyes of the passers-by, the world in front of them was churning violently. Space continued to shatter, and countless divine beasts soared into the sky. The god of war and the god of slaughter arrived on clouds. They're finally making their move. This time, the Sun God race and the Wunfang race probably won't be able to hold on. All the passers-by here knew about the battle between the Sun God race and the Silver Moon race. After all, not long ago, the Silver Moon race and several other god races had allied and attacked the Sun God race several times. The previous few times, the Sun God race and the others had to risk their lives to block it. This time, their mine will definitely not be able to be protected. However, the gathering of the strongest gods on the 6th level makes one's blood boil. I really hope that I can join them. Dream on. You're not even a member of the god race. What qualifications do you have? Whispers drifted out from every corner of the world. People were pacing back and forth in the distance, wanting to witness this shocking battle. Moments later, they arrived at the Orvane. At the peak of the Orvane, a gigantic sun was blooming, and its golden light illuminated the entire city. While the huge city was silent, as if it was a steel divine beast lying on the ground. We're here. Hauda and the other leaders stopped in their tracks and stared at the huge divine city in the distance. There's not a single person. Could it be that they ran away? Jioleo laughed. It's very possible. However, are they willing to give up such a mine? The leader of the rotten race was somewhat doubtful. They definitely didn't run away. It's just that they're so scared that they're hiding. They're hoping that they can rely on the divine city to block our attacks again. Zimo interrupted. He seemed to have noticed something. Hiding in a turtle shell? The dignified Sun God race and Wunfang race are actually so embarrassing. Their ancestor's face has been completely lost by them. The crowd immediately mocked. In the previous few battles, the Sun God race and the others had already been exhausted. How could they block the final battle this time? Therefore, hiding in a turtle shell was indeed the most appropriate description. I'll challenge them. Wan Hao knew that the epic moment had arrived, so he naturally wanted to be the first to challenge them. Zimo cautiously looked at the purple-robed woman who had been silent all this while. The purple-robed woman didn't say anything. Her eyes flickered as she stared at the huge city in the distance. Although she was powerful, she didn't sense any terrifying aura in the city. She immediately nodded and let Wan Hao go and challenge them without worry. Wan Hao immediately laughed loudly and flew out. He stopped not far from the huge divine city and looked down at it. Toothless, Fei, get out here. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and beg for mercy, and I'll spare your lives. His deep voice transmitted to the huge divine city, but it was still silent. Toothless, Fei, you too trash, get out here. Hauda was even more proud. He crossed his arms and shouted in contempt. Trash. Behind him, the endless army of the god race also laughed loudly. Senior Toothless of the Wunfang race, the leader of the entire 6th floor's Wunfang race, Fei Yi, the leader of the entire 6th floor's Sun God race, is being stepped on like this. The honor of their race has been lost. They are indeed trash. The people on the sides secretly shook their heads, their eyes filled with disdain. If you come out, you'll die. In front of death, what's that little bit of backbone? However, someone objected. Toothless and the rest didn't come out because they saw that the opponent was too strong, so they hid. Although this was very embarrassing, it was obvious that their lives were more important. Trash, you really don't want to come out? One how to continue to challenge. In fact, he was also venting his anger. He and Toothless and the rest were old rivals. Usually, they were evenly matched and no one could do anything to the other. But this time, he, Wanhauda, finally had a chance. He naturally wanted to step on Toothless. And he also guessed that Toothless didn't dare to come out. Whoosh! But at this moment, two figures rushed out. It was Toothless and Fei. Toothless burst out with a powerful divine body, and endless golden wings appeared behind Fei. They attacked Wanhauda from the left and right. What? Wanhauda was clearly shocked. He guessed that Toothless and the rest wouldn't dare to come out. Toothless and the rest seemed arrogant, but as leaders, they would also endure humiliation. For the sake of their backbone, the two great god race armies might be wiped out. Even if they knelt and begged for mercy, they would be killed. Therefore, Toothless and the rest would definitely not do that. But Toothless and the rest came out. Their way of doing things was surprising. Just at this moment, a blinding light sword arrived. Borrowing the pincer attack of Toothless and Fei, it slashed at Wanhauda from the middle. This sword was very fast and blinding. It also had a fatal killing intent. Wanhauda's eyes focused. He discovered that the person wielding the sword was a white-haired man. His expression was cold, and his eyes had a hint of mockery. Lin Ling. At the same time, the purple-robed woman's expression changed drastically. Chapter 5300. In front of everyone's eyes, three figures surrounded Wanhauda and attacked him with lightning speed. Among them, a white-haired man was the most conspicuous. The sword in his hand was too dazzling and had a power that made people's hearts palpitate. Even with the naked eye, all the gods could sense that the sword had the power to cut through everything. Lin Ling, he is Lin Ling? Zimo felt numb in his heart. The main thing was that he had finally seen the great enemy of the Silver Moon clan. He did not expect him to look like this. Why is Lin Ling here? Juyu asked. Liu suddenly asked suspiciously. According to their guess, Lin Ling should be in the first half of the Dragon Tomb. As soon as he said this, everyone was very suspicious. Damn it, Wanhauda is in danger. At this moment, the gods of the Rotten clan reacted. However, they were too far away and could not save him even if they wanted to. At this moment, Wanhauda was being suppressed by Toothless and could only watch as the sword slashed down. Lin Ling, you dare to kill me! Wanhauda let out a sharp roar and mobilized all his strength to resist the sword slashing down. However, it was obvious that he could not block it at all. After all, he was now fighting against three great experts by himself. The sword slashed down from the middle of his head. There was no pain, but it was as if it had cut something. Wanhauda felt his whole body tremble. Then his body was cut in half. The strongest leader of the sixth floor's myriad sea clan had fallen here. Seeing this scene, the gods who were watching the battle from afar all trembled. Wanhauda had died just like that? They felt like they were in a dream. After all, as long as the gods had explored the sixth floor, they knew what kind of person Wanhauda was. He was a vicious, merciless, cruel, and merciless lord who possessed remarkable abilities and monstrous strength. No, some people thought that he would die, and some even thought that Wanhauda could reach the 9th floor. However, Wanhauda's path forward was cut off, and he had fallen on the 6th floor. Leader. On the other side, the myriad sea clan let out angry roars. Grief and indignation flowed on their faces, and they were all trembling with anger. Today, heavens, they were here to exterminate the Silver Moon race and the Tooth race, but in the end, not a single one of them died. Instead, the first to die was their leader. Wanhauda is dead. Zimo and the other leaders' faces also became serious. In this opening battle, one of their leaders had already died. This was a huge blow to their morale. Dang, however, they hadn't thought that the Silver Moon clan would go all out. Did they really want to be exterminated? Linling, you're all dead. Everyone, don't be sad. The Silver Moon clan is fighting with their lives on the line. Since they want to be wiped out, let's fulfill their wish. Kill. Leave no one alive. Zimo roared, raising everyone's morale. Avenge Lord Wan. The gods of the myriad ocean race seemed to have ignited their divine essence as they prepared for a bitter battle. The 6th level's pinnacle battle is on the verge of breaking out. The expressions of the spectating gods changed drastically. They were excited and expectant, but they were also implicated. Come out. At this time, Linling also shouted, calling for the experts of the sun god race and god race to move out. Swoosh swoosh. Swoosh. A large number of figures suddenly surged out of the originally silent divine city and shot into the sky. The experts of the sun god race and god race had appeared. Experts such as Lei Gong and Longyang had also appeared in Linling's tomb. More, there was Qing Zhu. From this perspective, Linling's forces weren't weak at all. If they weren't fighting against the joint forces of several god races, no one in the entire 6th level would be able to stop them. Linling, I didn't expect you to summon 2 god races alone. In addition to your tomb, you really can't be underestimated. But with your little strength, you can't fight against the alliance of the various god races. Zimo's eyes were red, and he wanted to kill Linling as quickly as possible. He sneered and shouted. Nine Luyu and the other leaders sneered. Although Wan Haoda was dead, it didn't affect them much. Instead, it angered the myriad ocean race and sped up Linling's death. He had roughly calculated that Linling had more than 100 million experts on his side, but they would all die here in the end. And this battle would definitely be recorded in the Dao Pagoda's history. Your alliance of several god races is indeed very powerful, but do you think we only have these people? Linimo asked. He could see countless experts, and the weakest was a middle-stage deity universe giant god. Most of them were late-stage deity universe giant gods. But yes, Linling was already prepared. In the entire 6th level, other than these people, who else do you have? Don't tease me. Zimo didn't believe Linling's words at all. After all, who knew better than him what kind of experts there were on the 6th level and how strong they were? Rumble. And at this moment, rolling clouds swept over from afar. Their aura was monstrous, and they flew over at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking carefully, there were quite a few people in this group. Although their overall strength was ordinary, they were still a huge threat when there were so many of them. Yellow Emperor. Jiu Luyu's eyes were sharp, and he immediately saw who those people were. This Linling actually managed to summon Yellow Emperor and the others. Silver said. Zimo frowned slightly, then sneered. Just these few people? It's not enough for us to swallow. Your Excellency Linling, we're here. However, just as Zimo's voice fell, another earth-shattering shout sounded from the other side. And this time, the aura of the arrival was clearly extraordinary. Most terrifying. What was terrifying was that this wasn't just a large group. There were more coming from other directions. Mountain Push Party? That's the Ceiling Cave clan over there. Why are they here? Are they here to help us? Something's not right. Previously, they said, Your Excellency Linling, we're here. It seems like they're here for Linling. Jiu said. Luyu, the leader of the Rot clan, and the others were all discussing. The expression of being in control of everything had quietly disappeared. Their brows were tightly knitted, as though they had heard wrongly. Although the Mountain Push Party didn't have any great enmity with Linling and the others, they didn't see eye to eye with each other. How could they help Linling and the others? Don't be impatient. Let's wait and see. Zimo said. Zimo originally wanted to call on everyone to kill Linling, but at this moment, he had to be cautious. That's right. They were 2 god clans. Adding the Sun God clan and the others, that was a total of 4 god clans. They couldn't help but be cautious. They stood quietly and watched the 2 waves of experts fly over. Then Zimo shouted, Mountain Push Party, Ceiling Cave clan, we are the Silver Moon clan. May I know what business we have here? Yes, The other party ignored him and flew directly to Lin Ling's side. Then, two leaders appeared and bowed slightly to Lin Ling. "Your Excellency Lin Ling, we're late." When this voice came out, Yin Zimo and the others' faces completely changed. The Mountain Push Party had really come to help Lin Ling. "Your Excellency Lin Ling, we're late too." However, the earth-shattering scene wasn't over. Another large wave of experts arrived. Moreover, this wave of experts was even more terrifying. Not only were they powerful, but their numbers also exceeded the total number of the Mountain Push Party's 3 major forces. This was the 3 associations and 9 temples. The 3 associations and 9 temples, the entire 6th levels alliance of itinerant god clans. They seemed to be scattered, but when they gathered together, even the god clans wouldn't dare to go head-to-head with them. It could be said that the 3 associations and 9 temples were larger than any god clan. While now, they were all summoned by Lin Ling. Chapter 5301. In front of God City, the atmosphere was extremely stifling. Regardless of whether it was Yin Zimo and the others or the gods watching from afar, all of them were looking at God City. Their expressions were changing drastically, and their hearts felt as though they had been shattered into thousands of pieces. Lin Ling had actually summoned the 2 great god clans, and even the 3 temples and 9 societies to come. For example, today, Lin Ling had the 4 great god clans and the 3 temples and 9 societies. How could Yin Zimo and the others fight? Even if they died, Lin Ling's side wouldn't suffer much loss. It could be said that half of the 6th level was under Lin Ling's control. He could summon the era. "Alright, my men are here. Are my men enough for you to devour?" At the same time, Lin Ling looked at Yin Zimo, his voice filled with ridicule. Previously, Yin Zimo and the others were so bold, saying that Lin Ling's men were not enough for them to swallow. Now, let's see if they still dared to say so. Silver Zimo and the others fell silent, their faces gloomy. How could they swallow? They stared at the experts around Lin Ling, as though they were afraid that this was an illusion and that they had been deceived. But everything was real. Waves of powerful energy, waves of aura that could crush one's soul, everything was real. This made their hearts tremble, and they were filled with intense fear. After all, they knew that if they were to continue fighting, they would be completely wiped out. Because Yin Zimo and the others were clear that the Mountain Push Party had the 2 great god clans and the 3 temples and 9 societies, and there were even more deity realm giant gods. "Why aren't you speaking? Do you think it's not enough for you to swallow?" Lin Ling suddenly sneered. Silver Zimo and the others remained silent. Lin Ling's sneer turned into disdain, and he said again, "All of you have come all this way. How impressive, how domineering, but are you here just to watch a show? Lin Ling, we have underestimated you." Yin Zimo finally opened his mouth to speak, but Lin Ling's words pierced right into their bones. They were indeed very happy and excited, thinking that this battle would be recorded in the history of the Dao Pagoda. But in the end, they didn't even dare to fart. The gods of the Myriad Sea Tribe had previously declared that they would avenge Wan Hao, but now, all of them lowered their heads. They were deeply afraid that if they shouted too loudly, they would be obliterated. "Let me!" Suddenly, a clear and melodious voice resounded, and then the violet-robed woman walked out slowly. "Your Excellency!" Zimo and the rest were shocked. This lady was from the Kunlun Jade Pure Realm. In terms of strength and background, she was stronger than anyone present. It was very suitable for her to step forward. "Please, Your Excellency." However, Yin Zimo and the others didn't know what the violet-robed woman wanted to do, but they knew that since the violet-robed woman dared to come out when facing so many people, she definitely had her own trump card. "Lin Ling, I feel the same as them. I think we've underestimated you." After the robed woman walked out, the first thing she said was praise for Lin Ling. While Lin Ling looked at him coldly. Thinking back to the past, when this man had suddenly appeared and tried to take his 4-directional prison and kill him, Lin Ling's heart was filled with killing intent. "What do you want to say?" Lin Ling asked. "You have a 4-directional prison and so do I. As the supervisor of the prison, we should settle this once and for all." The violet-robed woman didn't say anything. Instead, she transmitted her voice to Lin Ling. It seemed like she didn't want the secret of the four-directional prison to be exposed. That's what I'm thinking. Lin Ling nodded. So, what do you want to do? You and I are the leaders of both sides. Why don't you and I fight to decide the 6th level? This time, the violet-robed woman didn't transmit her voice. Instead, she said it out loud for everyone to hear. What a joke! Soon, the Yellow Emperor mocked. Now, we have more experts on our side. What makes you think you can fight with Lin Ling to decide the 6th level? After that, he looked at Lin Ling and advised, Lin Ling, don't be fooled by them. They must have seen that it's difficult to win, so they're using this method to provoke you. That's right, Lin Ling, ignore them. We'll kill our way over. It'll only take 2 hours to end the battle. Elder also advised. Why wait for 2 hours? We have more experts than the other side by half. In an hour, the other side won't leave anyone alive. One of the leaders of the Miaojiu Union suddenly laughed. They were obviously unhappy with the Silver Moon race and couldn't wait to use this opportunity to kill them all. Lin Ling. Everyone looked at Lin Ling, waiting for Lin Ling to give the order. Lin Ling's gaze swept across everyone. He could see the burning desire in their eyes. Then, he retracted his gaze and looked at the violet-robed woman in the distance. He noticed that she was as calm as ever. She was wearing a cloak and looked very mysterious. Right? Fang Jiao seemed to know what Lin Ling was thinking. She wasn't afraid that Lin Ling would reject her. I have to say, you have the same idea as me. Lin Ling sighed in his heart and said slowly, All right, I accept your challenge. Lin Ling. When they heard Lin Ling's decision, the Yellow Emperor and the others' expressions changed drastically. What? Zimo and the others were in disbelief. After all, they also thought that Lin Ling would reject her. Only a fool would make such a decision. But only Lin Ling knew why he made such a decision. Because he had the same idea as the violet-robed woman. He wanted to obtain the square prison. If Lin Ling called on all the experts to fight, the violet-robed woman would definitely leave if she felt that she couldn't win. With her powerful means, no one would be able to stop her if she wanted to leave. Well, the next time the violet-robed woman appeared, it would probably be when Lin Ling was at his weakest. Since that was the case, it was better to end it here. Well, that was one of the reasons. The other reason was that the violet-robed woman killed Lin Ling last time. Lin Ling also wanted revenge. Forget it, Lin Ling, we respect your choice. Before you win, we won't attack. The Yellow Emperor and the others sighed. In the end, they didn't stop Lin Ling. Before the winner is decided, we won't run away either. Seeing the Yellow Emperor and the others make their promises, Zimo and the others also spoke up. The main reason was that Zimo and the others felt that the violet-robed woman would definitely win. So, why should they leave? Although Lin Ling was also very powerful, in their opinion, Lin Ling was even weaker than them. How could he fight the violet-robed woman? Lin Ling, I admire your courage. You really aren't afraid of death. The violet-robed woman took a step and flew into the distance. She obviously didn't want the square prison to be exposed, so she didn't want to fight here. I also admire your courage. After failing to kill me, you still dare to appear in front of me. Lin Ling followed her calmly. While the meaning of his words was very clear. He, Lin Ling, became a god through martial arts and fought countless experts and gods. He had experienced many life and death situations. However, every time he returned, he would kill his enemies with his own hands. This was something that all the enemies who died in Lin Ling's hands knew. While this violet-robed woman was obviously going to die like those enemies. While she knew that she would die, but she still dared to come. She still dared to covet Lin Ling's square prison. This courage was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 5302. 2 figures, one in front and one behind, flew towards the depths of the dragon mausoleum. Their speed wasn't fast, as if they were roaming the dragon mausoleum. Lin Ling followed behind the violet-robed woman, his eyes flickering slightly. He already knew where this woman came from. She was a disciple of the Kunlun Jade Clear Territory, one of the 8 deities, and behind her was the primeval celestial master. Her background was huge. Most importantly, this woman had the strength of a late-stage deity giant cosmos god, and her deity energy should be terrifying. In the previous confrontation, this woman controlled 2 square prisons, forcing Lin Ling to be defeated and almost killed. This time, Lin Ling already controlled 2 square prisons. This was his hidden trump card. In terms of other methods, this mysterious woman only makes me afraid of her deity energy, but her trump card is the square prison. I wonder what her status is in the Kunlun Jade Clear territory. If I kill her, what will happen to the Kunlun Jade Clear territory? Lin Ling thought quickly. The 8 deities were the strongest existences in the primal chaos realm, so he couldn't be careless. But then he remembered that he was also a disciple of Patriarch Subhuti, and his master was also one of the 8 deities. What was there to be afraid of? This woman didn't care about Patriarch Subhuti's face and still dared to kill him, so why should he give her face? Putting away his thoughts, Lin Ling's killing intent became even stronger. He looked ahead and found that the mysterious woman was still moving forward, as if she wanted to find a quiet place to fight. Well, along the way, the number of deities he saw became fewer and fewer. In the end, he didn't see a single one. It seemed that he had entered the depths of the Dragon Mausoleum. Furthermore, along the way, Lin Ling saw 1 or 2 mines that weren't inferior to those of the solar deity race. There were very few people here, and no one wanted such mines. Lin Ling hurriedly memorized the location and left a soul imprint around the mines. Also, after an unknown period of time, the mysterious woman finally stopped and looked indifferently at Lin Ling. Many jade-like ribbons appeared on her body and revolved around her. Almost at the same time, her deity energy crazily increased. In the blink of an eye, it reached 500 trillion, and it didn't stop. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. This was a late-stage deity realm giant god from one of the 8 great deity generations. This deity energy clearly surpassed that of ordinary deities. Lin Ling, let me ask you, is the square prison on you? God! The mysterious woman suddenly said. In the past, Lin Ling had been brought to a mysterious place because of the collision in the square prison. No one knew if he was dead or alive. She was naturally curious if the square prison was with Lin Ling. Lin, let me ask you a question too. Do you really want to kill me? If I don't kill you, how am I supposed to get my hands on the quadrilateral penitentiary? From ancient times until now, there has only ever been one god of the quadrilateral penitentiary. Furthermore, the reason I brought you here is because I can sense that this place is free from the control of the 8 god generations. The mysterious woman said indifferently. She slowly removed her cloak, revealing a beautiful face that could topple cities. She suddenly smiled, and her smile was like 100 flowers dimming. I really didn't expect that in the Dao Pagoda, someone would be able to survive under my hands. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, you are truly worthy of glory. I know that you are Patriarch Subhuti's disciple. That's why I brought you here. At the critical moment, Patriarch Subhuti won't be able to help you. Now, let me ask you another question. You once disappeared, so where did you go? The mysterious woman smiled faintly. For some reason, Lin Ling felt that she was less mysterious and more ambitious. She was also more lofty and high above everyone else. Just like that. It was as if Lin Ling came from the Dao Pagoda, and this mysterious woman came from the primal chaos world. No matter how one looked at it, Lin Ling was just an ant to her. You came from the Kunlun Jade Pure territory. Are you really that powerful? Lin Ling couldn't help but ask with a smile. Naturally, the Kunlun Jade Pure territory is not something that the Dao Pagoda god can compare to. God! The mysterious woman nodded. Since you are so powerful, why are you still asking me where I disappeared? Aren't you omnipotent? Lin Ling asked. The mysterious woman's face instantly sank. She didn't expect Lin Ling to dare to question her. I can tell you that I was taken away and entered a mysterious space. There are a large number of mortals there, but there are also countless ancient myths and legends. Lin Ling sneered and didn't hide anything. He told her about Wuxia. Myths and legends. The mysterious woman's face changed. Could it be that the rumors are true? When the 4 prisons collide, can we find the birthplace of God? The birthplace of God. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He had learned a piece of news. Although he had left a soul imprint of Wuxia in the Linling universe, and he could use that soul imprint to return to Wuxia again. However, this was just Linling's wishful thinking. Whether this was the truth or not, Linling himself didn't know. But now, when the four prisons collided, he could find Wuxia. Linling felt that he had received a piece of great news. After all, although Wuxia was mostly made up of mortals, it also had endless myths and legends and a large number of hidden treasures. Let me ask you one last question. What did you see in the birthplace of God? The mysterious woman was obviously very excited. She couldn't wait to swallow all the news. It could be seen that she was very confident, as if she could get everything on Linling, so she wanted to know everything. If you want to know, then defeat me. Linling sneered. Naturally, he wouldn't tell her what he had gained in Wuxia. This was his ultimate trump card. All right, let's fight. The mysterious woman shot over with endless jade ribbons. It was magnificent. Before you die, remember my name. My name is Gong Yulin. I am the 32nd generation disciple of the primeval Lord of Heaven. Gong Yulin's voice was domineering. She didn't sound like a woman at all, but more like the founder of a great Tao. Gong Yulin was, of course, confident. Last time, Linling had almost died in her hands. If it weren't for the ancient whirlpool that took away Linling, she would have already gotten everything on Linling. This time, the outcome wouldn't change. She had deliberately chosen this place to prevent accidents from happening. Boom. Rumble. A terrifying pressure came. Gong Yulin's godly energy continued to rise until it reached 8 trillion. The jade ribbons around her were like the great Tao of the universe. They revolved around her, changing the space and time around her. Such power. Among the late-stage deity giant cosmos gods, there would be few who could be her match. Linling's full strength erupted. His innate talents fused, the Sword of Worlds will appeared, and Pangu's true body used the universe's 3 extremes destruction. Even Quafu's boots appeared on his feet. Facing this peak late-stage deity giant cosmos god, Linling had no choice but to treat her seriously. When Gong Yulin arrived in front of Linling, her godly energy finally reached its peak, 1 quadrillion. Rumble. The entire dragon tomb shook. The powerful godly energy forced Linling to use his full speed to avoid the attack. Hua! La la! The jadeite ribbons around Gong Yulin were like tentacles, cutting randomly in all directions, forming a forbidden zone. Any deity or late-stage cosmos giant god who stepped into it would only end up dead. You're really fast. But how long can you escape for? Gong Yulin. Gong Yulin sneered and chased after Linling again. Break for me. Lin. He slashed out with his sword. The worlds will transformed into a sword light that slashed towards a jade ribbon. Chapter 5303. The jadeite ribbon was beautiful. It looked soft and gentle, but it contained the supreme power of the universe. When Linling slashed out with his sword, it was blocked by the jadeite ribbon. It was extremely tough. Bang. Break. Bang. Linling shouted and used all his strength. He could tell that this jadeite ribbon looked the same as the others, but it was extremely crucial. If he did not break it, he would be sealed in a space. Bang. 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 The tough jadeite ribbon let out an ear-piercing sound. Then, with a bang, it broke. A figure leaped from it and disappeared. As expected of Linling. You have some skills. Go. Yulin's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She sensed Linling's actions. So, he wanted to break through her large-scale attack. Her divine power was much stronger than Linling's. As a result, Linling did not dare to meet force with force. Once he was forced into a dead end, Linling would definitely suffer. But Gong Yulin did not expect Linling to see through her plan and break the seal one step earlier. Where are you going? Go. Yulin took a step and disappeared. The ribbons that filled the sky were like cosmic rays. They blocked Linling again. This time, she blocked all angles again. Her goal was to trap Linling. Universe 3 Extreme Break. Go. Seeing Gong Yulin coming at him, Linling had no choice but to treat it seriously. For example, today, his Linling universe could block 500 trillion divine power. total. Combined with the power of his physical body, he had about 400 trillion power of divinity. But because of the power of his physical body, he could probably fight against a god with 600 trillion power of divinity. However, Gong Yulin was 1 quadrillion. He really could not meet force with force. A terrifying soul attack surged out and turned into crisscrossing rays, attacking Gong Yulin. Great divine fetus. Palace. Yulin shouted and waved her jade-like hands. The emerald ribbons were like snakes under her control. They coiled in front of her and turned into a huge ball of ribbons. She used this to block Lin Ling's 3 extremes of the universe. Bang bang bang. Lin Ling immediately saw that when his cosmic ray attack hit the ribbon ball, it actually produced a loud boom. His soul power was also blocked. Break. Pangu pointed. Lin Ling no longer paid attention to Gong Yulin. Instead, he crazily attacked one of the corners. After a few more attacks, one of the jadeite ribbons broke, and Lin Ling once again rushed out of the encirclement. At this time, Gong Yulin had just blocked Lin Ling's 3 extreme breaks of the universe, and when she saw Lin Ling disappear from her attack range, her face became gloomy. To now, she was even more certain that Lin Ling really didn't dare to fight her head-on. He was just stalling for time. Of course, there was another possibility. That was, he was also wasting her energy. He was even using this opportunity to find her weakness and deal a fatal blow. Lin Ling, are you a man? Yes. Gong Yulin said coldly. In a battle between gods, was there any rule that stated that one had to fight head-on? Lin Ling shook his head in disdain. Since you want to fight head-on, why didn't you dare to take my soul power attack head-on? Instead, you relied on your godly energy to block it. Gong Yulin was speechless. To Lin, what Ling said was right. She was mocking Lin Ling for not daring to fight head-on and only daring to dodge. But she was the same. Since that was the case, what qualifications did she have to criticize Lin Ling? Let's see how long you can be stubborn. Gong Yulin was furious and crazily attacked. Long. The entire sky and earth seemed to be flipped over. Space and time continued to shatter. Even the Tao Pagoda universe was slightly affected. Gong Yulin was an outstanding late-stage deity giant god. Her strength was too strong, second only to rulers. Even the various leaders of the 6th level did not dare to fight head-on with her. They could only follow her lead. This crazy woman. Gong Lin Ling squinted his eyes. He was constantly searching for the weakness of Gong Yulin's jadeite ribbons. He was the first to break them, and every time, he narrowly avoided danger. And this made Gong Yulin realize that Lin Ling's strength had increased by more than 10 times compared to the previous time. If this continued, it could only be a protracted battle. But Gong Yulin controlled the Four Corners prison, and this secret was not known by too many people. She had to end this battle quickly. Gong Yulin's eyes flashed. She pondered for a moment and did not intend to hide any more techniques. Come out. Gong. She waved her right hand, and the Four Corners prison finally appeared. A 4-sided stone tablet floated out and became bigger. It became an ancient pagoda, suppressing the earth. Rays of light bloomed from the bottom of the Four Corners prison. Following that, someone appeared. It was an ancient deity at the late-stage deity giant god level. Guya, kill him. Gong Yulin bellowed at that person. Yes, master. Then, the ancient deity was obviously a prisoner. Naturally, he had to listen to Gong Yulin. Master. Gong. Following that, another powerful deity appeared. Shin Gong Bao, kill him. Gong Yulin kept giving out orders, causing the powerful deities to stare at Lin Ling with murderous intent. Most of these deities had not experienced the great calamity of the world will. Their strength was also the most ancient, and they were much stronger than many deities today. Lin Ling. Gong. At the same time, as if sensing the ancient aura, Lin Ling's voice rose in his heart. It was Guang Qingzi's voice. Lin Ling immediately nodded. He used all his strength to control the Four Corners prison, and it also appeared on the ground. Come out. Ling was also releasing his prisoners. It was as if he had opened the door of time and released the endless deities from the desolate era. Gong. Lin Ling, your Four Corners prison will belong to me sooner or later. Gong. Seeing Lin Ling release the Four Corners prison, Gong Yulin was a little excited. She licked her lips, and her eyes were burning with passion. In fact, she was not sure if she could open the path to the origin of deities after obtaining the Four Corners prison. But she was sure that after obtaining the Four Corners prison, she would definitely control an incomparably powerful force. Taking a step back, just by relying on the powerful prisoners in the prison, she would have the most ancient deity army. Boom, boom. The powerful deities in the prison fought, causing the sky to fall and the earth to crack, and the sun and moon to lose their light. While the masters of the prison looked at each other from afar. There were also a large number of deities around them protecting them, making them seem like the masters of the universe. Gong Yulin had been watching the battle of the deities in the prison. She realized that if this continued, she would not be able to gain any advantage. In fact, she seemed to be at a disadvantage. If the number of prisoners in the two prisons was about the same, Lin Ling's side had two top fighters. One was Guangqingzi, and the other was the giant king ape. While Gong Yulin knew that Guangqingzi was one of the most ancient deities. As for the giant king ape, she was the great sage equal to heaven whose name had shaken the investiture of gods. The heavens are really unfair. His prison is obviously a little stronger than mine. If Lin Ling's strength was still the same as before, I would not be afraid of that little gap. But now, Lin Ling is not the same as when I was chasing him. Palace. Yulin was a little angry. She knew that if she wanted to end this quickly, she had to use her full strength. Lin Ling, I really underestimated you. Last time, I should have risked my life to kill you and seize your Four Corners prison. But now, I'm letting the tiger return to the mountain. Palace. Yulin said coldly. But this time, I won't give you another chance. Come out. Palace. She released the second Four Corners prison to determine the winner of this battle. Chapter 5304. Rumble. A strong gale erupted from Gong Yulin's body. Her long robe fluttered slightly, and a stream of light shot out and landed heavily on the ground. The earth shook, and a four-sided stone pillar appeared. It grew larger as if a door of time had been opened, and a large number of ancient gods flew out. Boom. The momentum was earth-shattering. Gong Yulin, on the other hand, had a sneer on his face. Lin Ling's square prison was a bit stronger than hers, but she had 2 square prisons. 3, I will have 3 square prisons. I didn't expect this Dao pagoda to be a place of opportunity for me. When I go back, I want my brothers to respect and worship me. Master will also pass down the great Dao to me. I will be famous in the universe and control a region. Yulin was very ambitious. She did not tell anyone about the square prison, including her master, because the square prison was no small matter. She was afraid that her master would seize the square prison. Because of this, she lured Lin Ling here. As long as she seized Lin Ling's square prison, no one would know. Bao including Lin Ling's master, Patriarch Subhoodie. And as long as she got the 4 square prisons, she was confident that she would control a powerful force. When the universe changed, she would seize merit and become the master of the universe. And she knew that Lin Ling was the host of the world's will. Although the gods did not pay attention to the world's will because of the Dao pagoda, the world's will was still a hidden danger. And she killed Lin Ling, which was also a great merit. This era is my era. Gong Yulin exclaimed. The more Yulin thought about it, the happier she was. She opened her arms as if hugging the universe. Her eyes and face were full of ambition. Bang! But at this moment, there was a sudden roar, and the earth shook. It was as if time and space had been opened, and countless gods rushed out. This god was also very ancient, like an army of gods. Then looking at the earth, there were 4 square prisons sitting there, constantly releasing powerful gods. 4 supreme? Gong Yulin's pupils constricted. Was she seeing things? She quickly looked carefully and realized that there were indeed 4 square prisons. This meant that the 4 square prisons had reached perfection. This what was going on. Difficult. Was this an opportunity given to her by the heavens, allowing her to find 4 prisons at once? If she could obtain these 4 prisons, her strength would not be much weaker than the 8 deities. Cause in ancient myths, the square prison was the most powerful treasure in the universe. It had existed before the universe was born. It represented evil, the opposite of everything in the universe. While the square prison was created by the Creator. In myths and legends, the Creator of the universe created the square prison not to imprison the evil gods of the universe, but for himself. For release the evil thoughts that imprisoned him. While this evil thought was rumored to be the will of the world. However, for some unknown reason, the 4-way prison didn't succeed, and the Creator of the universe died in battle. The will of the world swept through the universe and annihilated one era after another. In the current era, only the 8 great gods were able to resist the will of the world. Although Gong Yulin did not know why the Creator of the universe did not succeed, this did not stop her from obtaining the square prison and controlling the supreme power of the universe. Looks like Gong Yulin, was born from the fate of the universe. Even the universe wants to help me. Wait, when did the 4th square prison appear? After Gong Yulin was happy, she quickly calmed down. Suddenly, she stared at Linling because she realized that there were many ancient gods around Linling. The number was even more than before. Could it be Linling? She only reacted now. But if it was before, when she thought of the 4 square prisons, she would be extremely happy and forget about Linling for a moment. Linling! Gong Yulin exclaimed. Linling had been watching Gong Yulin the entire time, and was also investigating the overall strength of the 4 prisons. He discovered that the prison on his side was even more powerful, and the experts that were sent out were even more ancient, and there were even more of them. Also, the most important thing was that Linling was more familiar with the prisoners in the prison. For example, in the prison he controlled, all the gods in the prison were willing to listen to him. On the other hand, Gong Yulin could only control half of the prison. Although a part of it obeyed her orders, it did not come from the heart. It was just for show. And, moreover, Linling could also sense that although he had just gained control of the square prison in Wuxia, most of the gods inside revered him from the bottom of their hearts. Although Linling did not know why it was like this, but this was the difference between him and Gong Yulin. Linling was confident that he could win. Linling, where did your square prison come from? Gong Yulin gritted his teeth and asked. China, which is also your so-called birthplace of God. Linling said bluntly. Gong Yulin's entire body trembled. The birthplace of God was actually there. Difficult. Could it be that Linling really had a great opportunity after going to the birthplace of God? If she was the one who went? Thinking of this, Gong Yulin became even more excited. She believed that the opportunity she had obtained in the birthplace of God would definitely be greater than that of Linling. Damn it, why is he the one who entered the birthplace of God? Back then I should have followed him in. Yulin was envious. Of course, even if she had been allowed to enter, she would not have dared to. After all, at that time, the collision of the square prison formed a powerful whirlpool. It looked extremely dangerous, and she could not guarantee that she would not die. Are you done being happy? Haven't you noticed that my 2 square prisons are better than yours? At this moment, Linling interrupted and controlled the square prison to smash it fiercely. Boom! Rumble! After Gong Yulin's square prison was hit, it exploded with a terrifying force. Following that, the 4 square prisons began to rotate, releasing the same huge whirlpool as before. Impossible! Only then did Yulin react. She was surprised that Linling had 2 square prisons, but she did not notice that Linling's control of the square prison had reached perfection. Although she did not know how Linling did it, she finally sensed danger. She had underestimated Linling. After Linling returned from the birthplace of God, it was as if he had been reborn. Boom! Rumble! At this moment, the cosmic whirlpool was getting bigger and bigger. It enveloped this part of the world and sucked everything into the whirlpool. This whirlpool was the same as the one that brought Linling into China, but it was bigger and more majestic. Gong Yulin, didn't you want to go to the birthplace of God? Back then, it was this whirlpool that brought me there. Now you have a chance. Lin shouted. He was still controlling the square prison and pushing the whirlpool towards Gong Yulin. Surprisingly, with his control, the square prison seemed to be under his control. The whirlpool slowly enveloped Gong Yulin, the birthplace of God. Gong Yulin was a little tempted, but she quickly calmed down. Although the birthplace of God was very tempting, the whirlpool was too dangerous. It had the power to kill her. If you miss this chance, you will never find the birthplace of God again. Lin Ling could sense Gong Yulin's ambition and he shouted again. Gong Yulin's eyes flickered. Should she take the risk? Chapter 5305. After entering that mysterious whirlpool, I can reach the origin of God. Moreover, Lin Ling's square prison was also obtained from the origin of God. If it were me, I would definitely obtain treasures that aren't any weaker than his. And before entering, I can bring the square prison along with me. But I can't. The mysterious whirlpool is too strong. It's the mysterious force produced by the collision of the 4 square prisons. With my current strength, I can't block it at all. Yu Lin was agitated, but she still kept her cool. She was really ambitious. She couldn't wait to become the top god in the universe. Regarding this, she had absolute confidence. She believed that she was born different from the rest. But it was also because of this ambition and pride that she kept thinking about her endless future when she was fighting with Lin Ling. Perhaps in her opinion, Lin Ling had died in her hands once, and it would be the same this time. Not good. It was only at this moment that she reacted, because she realized that Lin Ling was actually controlling the power of the collision between the 4 prisons, and it swept around her body. While because she was thinking about it previously, she wasn't on guard. Now, she realized it a little too late. Boom. Rumble. The rumbling in her ears became louder and louder. The entire sky and even the universe seemed to disappear. There was only an endless whirlpool, and she could see the 4 square prisons moving crazily in the whirlpool. Bang, bang, bang. Within the whirlpool, everything was rolled into fine powder. It had the power to split heaven and earth. Retreat. Yu Lin was already at the edge of the whirlpool. She was controlling her body to avoid the tearing of the whirlpool. But she was still too slow. She couldn't control her body at all. Instead, she was constantly being pulled into the whirlpool. Lin Ling, you lied to me. Yu Lin's forehead was full of cold sweat. She finally reacted. She was really too careless previously. It's better to say that your ambition is lying to you. Lin Ling was far away from the whirlpool. He was controlling his square prisons to collide continuously, causing the 4 square prisons to spin crazily. Until the gods that had been released earlier all hid far away and stared at the huge vortex in horror. The power released by the whirlpool was the same power that imprisoned them in the square prison, so they were very afraid. Kill him quick. Gong Yulin knew that it would be difficult for her to escape by herself, but if Lin Ling died, the square prison would probably stop, and she would be safe and sound. However, none of the gods around the great maelstrom moved. The main thing was that they felt that Gong Yulin had lost the power to control the 4 directions prison, and was no longer a threat to them. This was the same as Lin Ling. When he was sucked into the maelstrom, he also lost the power to control the square prison. Fortunately, he was in Wuxia and found the square prison again. While other than the fact that they were no longer afraid of Gong Yulin, the reason why the gods did not move was that they did not want to interfere in this matter. Because no matter who won this battle, neither side was someone they could afford to offend. It would be best for them to just stand by and let Lin Ling and Lin Feng decide the fate of the square prison. After all, they didn't have any grudges against Lin Ling. If Lin Ling obtained the 4 square prisons, he would be their lord in the future. Clang. However, even if they attacked Lin Ling, they might not be able to kill Lin Ling. Because around Lin Ling, the 2 4-sided prison gods he had were also protecting him at this moment. Because Guang Qingzi and the great sage, heaven's equal, stood on either side, making it difficult for others to get close to Lin Ling. Gong Yulin, you are too arrogant. You come from the chaos realm, you come from the 8 great gods, so you think that you will definitely be at the top of the universe in the future. You look down on me, you think that I am just an ant that can be easily dealt with. But you have forgotten that any god can only reach this point. How can they be weak? Although the starting line may be different, the one who reaches the end may not be you. You were hesitating before, thinking of a better future. This is a taboo in battle. Lin Ling's voice floated out, moving along the maelstrom and clearly entering Gong Yulin's ears. I have committed a taboo. I was happy too early. Gong Yulin was able to become the disciple of the primeval Lord of Heaven, so she was not stupid. But, because of her identity as the disciple of the primeval Lord of Heaven, she was arrogant and careless. No, I can't lose here. I was so close to winning. Gong Yulin shouted crazily, controlling a powerful force to fight against the rolling maelstrom. However, with her individual strength, how could she fight against the four-square prison? Gradually, her body followed the maelstrom and entered the depths of the maelstrom. The result of entering the depths of the maelstrom might be the same as Lin Ling, reaching another universe, but there was also a possibility that she would be turned into ashes. This was a huge gamble, and it could be said that there was only a slim chance of survival. Lin Ling, I will not let you off. I will definitely make a comeback. Yulin's voice became softer and gradually disappeared. I won. Lin Ling looked at the huge maelstrom solemnly. He did not move, allowing the maelstrom to roll. After 2 hours, Lin Ling finally stopped the square prison. Buzz, buzz. The huge maelstrom began to weaken and slow down. The 4 huge stone tablets that were moving around gradually fell to the ground. Bang, 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 bang. 4 consecutive explosions sounded, causing the hearts of the gods present to skip a beat. A strong sense of fear appeared in their eyes. It was because of these 4 prisons that they were locked up forever. Unless they were released from prison, they had no means of resisting. But now, looking at the 4 universes at close range, their hearts were trembling. Resist? No. That was impossible. Perhaps it was because they had been locked up for too long that the gods had lost their will to resist and only wanted to be released from prison. Then all of them looked at Lin Ling, and the fear in their eyes became even more intense. Gong Yulin's whereabouts were unknown, and she was most likely dead. In that case, the master of the 4 prisons was none other than that man. He controlled the 4 prisons alone. This was also the most glorious time of the square prison. One had to know that in the ancient times, no one had ever controlled 4 prisons. 4 venerated quadrilateral prison. At this moment, Lin Ling was extremely excited. Lin Ling, since you can control 1 square prison, that means you can also control 4 square prisons. Go and give it a try. Guang Qingzi, who was beside Lin Ling, was also looking forward to it. Lin Ling nodded, sat down cross-legged, and connected his soul to the 4 square prisons. Of course, he didn't dare to take control immediately. He first took control of his own square prison, and then slowly seeped into the 3rd square prison. The square prison stood on the ground like a divine pillar. It was quiet and motionless. When Lin Ling's soul power and divine energy spread over, it shook slightly. But it did not stop Lin Ling from prying. There's hope. Lin Ling was delighted. He guessed that his soul power and divine energy must have the aura of the square prison. That was why the square prison did not stop him. As long as it did not stop him, it meant that he could completely control the 4 square prisons. Chapter 5306. The ancient land was filled with dense fog, making one feel as if they had returned to the earliest era of the universe. While around the dense fog, a large number of figures stood there quietly. Their faces were numb, but there was a hint of fear in the depths of their eyes. They were all watching Lin Ling refine the 4-path square prison. While once he succeeded, Lin Ling would also become the lord of all the prisoners. Regarding this, no one had any objections. They had no enmity with Lin Ling, so it was the same no matter who became the lord of the prison. While at this moment, Lin Ling's divine energy and soul force had already rushed into the prison. It was as if they were flowing through the 18 levels of hell, leaving behind Lin Ling's soul mark in each level of hell. After passing through the 18 levels of hell, Lin Ling's soul force arrived at an independent space. It was a vast expanse of white, and only a dazzling light was shining. This light was like the sun. Although it was dazzling, the power was very gentle, giving people a comfortable feeling. Controlling the four-square prison at the same time, it's actually like this. Ling was a little surprised. At this moment, his soul force and divine energy had been divided into 4 parts, and he was sensing the 4 prisons at the same time. Immediately, he sensed the 4 sun-like lights. In the past, when Lin Ling controlled one of the square prison, he did not have such a feeling at all. Could it be that this is the core of the square prison? Ling muttered. Seeing that the gentle light was not dangerous, he carefully approached it and gradually disappeared. At this moment, Lin Ling knew that he had succeeded. While time passed quietly, suddenly, the 4 prisons on the ground swayed slightly and then burst out with light. At this moment, some powerful gods had a feeling that they were about to enter the prison. That man has succeeded, an ancient god said solemnly. No one knew what would happen if he controlled the 4-square prison at the same time. At the same time, the 4-square prison floated up and flew toward Lin Ling, disappearing into his glabella. While Lin Ling was still sitting there cross-legged, but the wind around him was extremely ancient. He was like the oldest god in the universe, seeing the beginning of the universe, seeing good and evil. You're finally back. An aged voice suddenly sounded in Lin Ling's ears, causing Lin Ling's heart to tremble. Could it be that I really am the reincarnation of the god of creation of the universe? Ling muttered to himself. The reason he dared to comprehend the 4 square prisons at the same time was because he wanted to test if the square prison was something he had left behind. In the past, when Lin Ling was in the Dao realm and in the Dao pagoda, he had seen these marvelous scenes again and again. All of this indicated that in his previous life, Lin Ling's origin was extraordinary. He was most likely the creator god of the universe. While at that time, Lin Ling had a guess, but he wasn't sure. It was only after the 4-sided prison was under his control that he was completely certain of everything. While he, Lin Ling, was the god of creation of the universe, which meant that the world was another god of creation of the universe. It was also a split of Lin Ling. Lin Ling also found this feeling very strange. It was as if he had suddenly gained a brother. However, the height of the god of creation of the universe was still a distance away from Lin Ling, so Lin Ling didn't think too much about it. He continued to comprehend the 4-sided prison and completely controlled it. After controlling the 4-sided prison, the gods in the 4 prisons were ordered by Lin Ling to release a batch of them. It would definitely be a powerful god army. In addition to that, the most terrifying thing about the 4-sided prison was that when the 4 prisons collided, it would produce a huge whirlpool that could tear any god to shreds. While in the feedback from the 4-sided prison, the huge whirlpool was a method to capture prisoners. It could bring prisoners into the huge whirlpool and into the 4-sided prison. However, if the huge whirlpool was allowed to continue tearing the gods apart, the result would be death. Or, like Lin Ling last time, they would reach another void. However, the probability of reaching another void was only 1 in 10,000. While at this moment, on the other side, in the sky of the ancient god city, a large number of gods were floating there, coldly looking at the opposite side. In front of them were Yin Zimo, Jioleo, and other experts. They had cold smiles on their faces. Although their overall strength couldn't be compared to the Yellow Emperor and the others, they were confident that they would win without a doubt. Their confidence came from that mysterious woman. With Lin Ling's strength, how could he be a match for that mysterious woman? Her background was many times greater than Lin Ling's. She was a disciple of one of the 8 great gods. Why are you looking at us so nervously? Are you afraid that we'll escape? Jioleo suddenly looked at Lei Gong and smiled. Don't worry, we won't escape. After all, who knows who will win in the end? Jioleo, don't be too arrogant. The leader of the Mountain Push Party replied with a frown. Hee, we are being watched. How are we arrogant? I think you're the arrogant ones. Jioleo mocked. A large number of mocking laughter came from behind. Their overall strength couldn't be compared to the Yellow Emperor and the others, but they were still calm and didn't look like a defeated army at all. Ignore them. The Yellow Emperor shook his head and said to the leader of the Mountain Push Party. Sai, we could have won easily, But Lin Ling, the leaders of the 3 societies and 9 temples sighed. They felt that Lin Ling was too confident and had fallen into someone else's trap. They all had a feeling that the mysterious woman was not weak. Lin Ling was probably no match for her. As long as Lin Ling was defeated, it would mean that they had lost the battle as well. All their efforts would naturally be in vain. We've been waiting for a long time. Tell me, how is Lin Ling now? At this moment, Zimo laughed again. That woman is from one of the 8 great gods and is also a disciple of the primeval Lord of Heaven. What else can Lin Ling do? He's probably defeated. Jiu Leo said with a smile, and he became unbridled. We just have to wait for that woman to return, and the 6th level will be ours. What about them? Someone pointed at the Yellow Emperor and the others. If they're willing to submit, we'll give them a way out. If they're not willing to submit, we'll kill them on the spot. Zimo's expression turned cold as he said with killing intent. None compared to confidence. After all, as long as the Yellow Emperor and the others all attacked, they wouldn't be able to stop them at all. However, they were discussing the life and death of the Yellow Emperor and the others. Damn it. Gong and the others gritted their teeth, wishing that they could attack immediately. However, they had promised Lin Ling, so they could only endure it. Of course, when they saw that they were defeated by Zimo and the others in a battle that they were sure to win, one could imagine how they felt. Sorry, I'm late. At this moment, a loud voice floated over from afar. Then, the sky shook and the earth shook as if the sky and earth were collapsing. Oni figure shot over from afar like a shooting star. It's Lin Ling's voice. The Yellow Emperor and the others were delighted. Lin Ling is back? What about her? Zimo and the others, who were previously smug, had a drastic change in expression as they stared at the majestic figure shooting over from afar. Then, they hurriedly looked behind Lin Ling, wanting to see that mysterious woman. However, there was nothing behind Lin Ling. Only Lin Ling had arrived as if he had swept through the universe. Zimo shouted. The hearts of Zimo and the others instantly fell to the bottom of the valley. They felt as if darkness had drowned them all. Chapter 5307. Could it be that the Lord is dead? Zimo and the others had an ominous premonition. However, they also felt that it was impossible. After all, with Lin Ling's strength, he probably wouldn't even be able to win against them. How could he win against the disciple of the Heavenly Lord of the primordial beginning? Or did that Lord suddenly leave because of something? Jiu Leo suddenly guessed, his words causing many people to fall silent. They all agreed with Jiu Leo's opinion. Then what should we do now? Jiu Leo looked at Zimo and asked. The mysterious woman had left, so would they lose or win this battle? Should they leave or fight? Calm down, let's wait and see. Zimo said with a frown. He still had hope in his heart that the mysterious woman would come again. If they left now, they would miss the best opportunity to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling. At this moment, the Yellow Emperor and the others were all looking at Lin Ling in surprise. Previously, they didn't have much hope, but they didn't expect Lin Ling to actually return. At this moment, they were also suspicious. Could it be that Lin Ling had won against that woman? Or did that woman suddenly leave because she had something to do? Lin Ling, where is she? The Yellow Emperor asked on behalf of everyone. She, Gong Yulin, right? Lin Ling looked at the crowd with a smile, while the Yellow Emperor frowned slightly. Gong Yulin? Could it be that mysterious woman? He immediately nodded. Yeah, where did she go? When this question was asked, everyone looked at Lin Ling curiously, including Zimo and the others. That lord must have left temporarily because of something. Before long, she will definitely return. At that time, Lin Ling will also be dead. Zimo sneered. Even if he was beaten to death, he didn't think that Lin Ling could win against Gong Yulin, so he wasn't afraid at all. She's dead. Lin Ling did not hide anything and said indifferently. Silence. The surroundings were so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Then, this woman was a member of the 8 great divine generations, and her master was the Heavenly Lord of the primordial beginning. Her strength was so strong that no one present had the confidence to be her opponent. Yet she was dead? Lin Ling, How did she die? The Yellow Emperor's breathing became heavy as he hurriedly asked. His gaze was also fixated on Lin Ling. Could it be that Lin Ling killed him? However, no matter how fast Lin Ling grew, it was impossible for him to have the strength to kill that woman. One had to know that when he first came to the 6th level, Lin Ling's strength couldn't even be considered in the top 100. I killed him, Ling said again. He wouldn't stop until he was shocked to death. You. The expressions of the experts from the 3 societies and 9 temples, the Mountain Push Party, and the others all changed drastically. Even though they were on the same side as Lin Ling and wanted the woman to die, they didn't believe that it was Lin Ling who killed her. What a joke! Lin Ling, can you brag any better? At this moment, Jiu Liu suddenly laughed mockingly and said, that Lord's strength is half a step into the ranks of the rulers. In the entire 6th level, there is probably no one who is her match. You want to kill her? Dream on. That's right. Although you are very strong, you are still weaker than us. How can you kill her? The leader of the rotten race also said coldly. In the end, the one who spoke was Yin Zimo. He shook his head and said, Lin Ling, I know that you want the Yellow Emperor and the others to start a war with us, so you came up with this excuse. However, that Lord is only temporarily leaving. When she returns, you will definitely be uprooted. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you leave immediately, you can still live. Don't be fooled by Lin Ling. As soon as he said this, the experts from the 3 societies and 9 temples all frowned. To be honest, they somewhat believed what Yin Zimo said. Hee hee, I'm lying to you? At this moment, Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. Killing intent quietly appeared in his eyes. I have to say that I admire your imagination. Since you say that I can't kill her, then come and try. After that, he waved his right hand and released a square prison. Kill them all. Lin shouted. Lin Ling released the prisoner of the square prison. But, moreover, he had only released one. After all, with Yin Zimo and the others' strength, one square prison would probably be enough to take their lives. Kill. The square prison floated in the sky, emitting a pressure that could crush one's soul. Big. The door opened at the same time, and immediately, powerful gods rushed out. These gods were the oldest gods, and they had been cultivating in the square prison for many years. Naturally, their strength was unquestionable. The sky shook, and the air seemed to be burning. Silver Zmo and the others sensed that they seemed to be in a universe, and all their strength was suppressed. The experts in front of them gave them great pressure, as if they were facing the might of the heavens. What is this? They exclaimed in unison, their faces as pale as paper. Long. At this moment, more than 10 gods joined forces and surrounded Jiu Liu. Jiu Liu roared and activated his godly body to fight against these mysterious intruders. Who are you? Jiu Liu shouted solemnly. Bang. 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 Imitation, the footsteps of the Buddha giant arrived. Jiu Liu's body shook continuously, and his godly power was completely shattered. The most terrifying thing was that no one saw what attack it was. It felt as if a giant was stepping on Jiu Liu. Pong. With a final explosion, Jiu Liu's body exploded. He was actually beaten to death. What? They knew that this was a leader with the strength of a late-stage universe giant. He controlled the universe for thousands of years. But now, he was actually beaten to death in front of everyone's eyes. Jiu Liu. Yin Zimo and the others all shouted, trembling in fear. Suddenly, they looked at Lin Ling. Previously, they were questioning Lin Ling's strength, thinking that it was impossible for Lin Ling to kill that lord. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Ling unleashed a powerful army and killed Jiu Liu in an instant. Then, did Lin Ling really not have the strength to kill that lord? Their faces turned even paler because they already had an answer in their hearts. Lin Ling had really killed that lord. Lin Ling wait. Zmo shouted. At this moment, he was incomparably regretful. He shouldn't have trusted that lord. If now that he was surrounded by the Divine Legion, it was a problem whether he could escape alive. Why can't this Lin Ling be killed? Yin Zimo stared at Lin Ling angrily. Ever since Lin Ling killed the Silver Moon clan in the Ocean Holy City, he had been thinking about Lin Ling's death. But yes, he had heard of Lin Ling's countless deeds. No matter what kind of danger Lin Ling encountered, no matter how many experts tried to kill him, he would always be able to escape. Yin Zimo couldn't believe it. Lin Ling wasn't a ruler. Could he really be unkillable? But now he knew that Lin Ling was really unkillable. What is this? At this moment, the people from the 3 associations and 9 temples felt a chill in their hearts. This was too powerful. All of them were deities and late-stage universe giant gods. Most importantly, there were so many of them. Could it be that these deities had always been on Lin Ling? Everyone, don't be in a daze. At this moment, Yellow Emperor reacted and called for all the experts to kill Yin Zimo and the others. Kill! The experts from the 3 associations and 9 temples all reacted and charged towards Yin Zimo. The heavens want me to die. Yin Zimo's heart was like dead ashes. He knew that he couldn't escape this calamity. Most importantly, they were probably going to be wiped out. Chapter 5308. Wait a minute. Facing the onslaught of experts that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, Silver Ink's people were all roaring. They wanted to beg for mercy and retreat, because they knew that this was a battle that they could not win. Not only did they have the 4 god tribes, but they also had the 3 societies and 9 temples. And that was secondary. There was also the god army that Lin Ling had summoned from who knows where. The number of people exceeded them by 3 times, and their strength was also much stronger. If we don't retreat, our god tribe will be uprooted on the 6th level. Leader! Seeing that the people on Lin Ling's side were filled with killing intent, they could only look at their leader and the others. Retreat? Where can we retreat to? Jiu Liu and the others sighed. They activated their god power and rushed into the battlefield. They knew that they could not retreat. Lin Ling, the Silver Moon clan will not let you off. Zimo also activated his powerful god power, looking like he wanted to perish together with Lin Ling. You talk big every day, saying that you want to kill me every time, but I, Lin Ling, am still alive. Rise said disdainfully to Yin Zimo. With his current strength, only the strongest experts of the Silver Moon clan could kill him. You're called Yin Zimo, right? I can see that you've always wanted to kill me quickly. Unfortunately, you think too highly of yourself. So what if you take action? You'll still die. Rise summoned the gods in the prison to attack Yin Zimo. The prison that he summoned this time was not the one that Lin Ling usually used. He also wanted to test whether the prisoners in this new prison were loyal and how strong their overall strength was. Rumble. Bang bang bang. In the depths of the dragon mausoleum, rumbling sounds continued, as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting. Outside the 6th level, one of the 18 dragon mountains was also shaking non-stop, causing everyone in this dragon mausoleum to feel the terrifying fluctuations. I didn't expect the outcome to be like this. In the distance, the surrounding gods all had solemn expressions. Not long ago, they saw Yin Zimo and the other leaders bring a large number of god tribe experts over. At that time, Yin Zimo and the others were high-spirited and ambitious. But the situation changed again and again. Not only did the so-called massacre not happen, Yin Zimo and the others did not dare to move. Straight only when Lin Ling returned did the battle officially begin. In the end, Yin Zimo and the others were completely annihilated. Too powerful. Silver Zimo's side has a large number of deity-level late-stage cosmos giant gods. Generally speaking, the majority of deities with such strength are immortal. But now, in the blink of an eye, more than half of them have died. The fierce battle also broke the logic and understanding of the onlookers. The undying legend of a level 1 giant cosmos god had been broken. Their so-called immortality was actually a relative term. When they encountered a group of giant gods that were 10 times or even 100 times more powerful than they were, their so-called immortality would be like paper. Lin Ling, the Yellow Emperor and the others did not attack because there was no need for them to. They all flew towards Lin Ling and looked at Lin Ling in shock. They clearly hadn't expected that Lin Ling would actually have such a divine army. Difficult, no wonder Lin Ling wasn't afraid of Yin Zimo and the others at all. It turned out that he was already prepared. Unfortunately, they had wronged Lin Ling. Of before, Lin Ling only had 2 square prisons. He didn't have 100% confidence in winning the battle with Gong Yulin. It was only after he snatched Gong Yulin's square prison that he gained the right to control this battle. There are 3 ruler-level experts in this prison. Lin Ling sensed the prison that he had released and sensed the strongest person within it. 3. A ruler-level expert. A ruler-level expert was a giant god that surpassed the giant gods of the universe and was also a universe overlord. Since the beginning of the universe, there weren't many such deities, definitely not more than 100 of them. And these 100 rulers were also born at the beginning of the universe. They occupied the universe's powerful origin, merits, treasures, and other advantages, controlling several god eras. According to this, each square prison has 3 ruler-level experts. 4 ruler-level experts means there are 12 of them. Lin Ling was somewhat excited. In his previous square prison, the 3 ruler-level experts were Guang Qingzi, Monkey Bro, and that green-robed Taoist. And these 3 had helped Lin Ling many times and had the ability to reach the heavens. For example now, he had 12 ruler-level deities. Then, on the 6th level, no one could control Lin Ling's life and death. Of course, it wasn't easy for the ruler-level deities to help him. This time was an exception. Perhaps they were just giving Lin Ling face. Lin Ling. The leaders of the Mountain Push Party, the Ceiling Cave Clan, and the 3 guilds and 9 temples also gathered and looked at Lin Ling with reverence. At now, they finally knew how terrifying Lin Ling was, because they witnessed the battle in front of them. Not to mention the deity legion released by Lin Ling, just the 3 most mysterious people among them could probably sweep through the 6th level. They couldn't help but secretly feel lucky. Fortunately, they stood in line. Otherwise, they would also be uprooted. And Lin Ling nodded at them and didn't say anything. He continued to watch the battle. The air in front of him was scorching hot, violent, and fierce. A dazzling battle of deities erupted everywhere. It lasted for a full half an incense stick's time before everything ended. Silver Zmo, Zhou Liu, and the other leaders of the deity race had all fallen. The deity race experts they brought had all died here. The world quietly became quiet. Lin Ling felt his heart relax, as if a huge rock pressing down on his body had suddenly disappeared. And he could really do whatever he wanted on the 6th level. I know a few places with huge veins. I'll arrange for you to go and collect them later. After that, Lin Ling looked at everyone and said, there are about 9 veins. It's just right that everyone has one. Moreover, there are probably more veins in the depths of the dragon's tomb. Let's share it fairly. Lin Ling, that's not good. You contributed more, so you should take the bigger share. In the 9 temples, a leader smiled and said, he knew that with Lin Ling's current strength and power, there was no need for him to share anything with them. We've agreed on an alliance, so we'll definitely share it fairly. All right, let's stop talking and do as I've decided. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. The leaders didn't say anything else. Clean up the battlefield and let people search for veins. After that, Lin Ling arranged for the leaders. The leaders also obeyed Lin Ling's orders and began to search the depths of the dragon's tomb. And moreover, there was no need to be afraid of this kind of search. After all, their forces were so strong, who could stop them? And Lin Ling didn't have time to care about these trivial matters. He allowed the deity race to collect veins. Of course, as the biggest leader, he also got the most dragon stones. The 4 Directions Prison. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was investigating the 4 Directions Prison. He often went in and out of the prison to talk with the prisoners and strengthen his relationship with them. Not to mention the 12 sovereigns, Lin Ling knew that in the future, when he entered the 7th level of the Dao Tower, they would also become the best helpers. Time quietly passed, and the trip to the dragon's tomb gradually came to an end. The gods who entered here either died or reaped a great harvest. They also began to leave one after another to cultivate in seclusion. This allowed the 6th level, which was in full swing, to finally have a short period of peace.